This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, happy Monday. Hold on. Probably can't hear me very good. Get over here. Okay. Have y'all seen Mortal Kombat where he has a thing in his hand and he says, "Get over here"? When I would play that game with my brother, I was always that guy. I thought he was so cool. Anyway, good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. It is Monday and we have a lot to talk about, y'all. Since I made the thumbnail, I found some photos of the area, all kinds of things. So we got a lot to talk about. I'm glad y'all are here. Good to see you, Lori Ann, Hill Sandra, Crystal, Nicole, Hannah UK, thank you for being here. Cara, thank you for being here. Tom, thank you for being here. Crystal Burns, I think I said you just a second ago. Edith, Tom, good to see you. Southern Cats, good to see you. I hope y'all had a good weekend. I hope it was enjoyable. Hope you got to see some family and friends. Southern Cats with the rooster. Jerry, good to see you. Anita, good to see you. Dandy, good to see you. Julie Ann, good to see you. I've been having an okay Monday. Jenny Jen, good to see you. Shiz, good to see you. Kalisa, good to see you. Monica, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that y'all made it through the weekend. Rhonda, good to see you. Leslie, good to see you. Chloe, good to see you. Thank y'all for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Dandy, Lioness. Okay, so let's jump over here to YouTube. I'm not sure if you are aware, but evidently Jake is the one that cracked under pressure. Oh my God. Y'all, I have these things that pop up while I'm live. Like this is from the dailymail.co.uk and it says 3 sisters found deceased on overcrowded migrant boat on a crossing that has killed over 30,000. That's so sad. Okay. Jesse? What? Wow. What a whopper that is. Thank you for being here, Jesse. That's interesting. If it's true, my mind will officially be blown. But I'm gonna need some receipts on that, like about 5 CBS receipts. I'm gonna need some Ancestry.com, some 23andMe. That's interesting, though. I'd love to know where you heard that. Jake did in the other case with Promise too. It's his MO, right? And if Rebecca does not start speaking, then she's going to end up going to prison, and he could possibly, I mean, I don't think he'll get off again. I would have said he wouldn't have got off the damn first time with that damn lawyer he had. Good gracious, in the morning. All right, so he had police out there searching yesterday. We can look at that. Hold on. Or I hate when that does that. Okay.
Missing 7-month-old. Now on Eyewitness News at 5, breaking news involving missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro. The baby's father was seen with San Bernardino County deputies in the middle of a field in Moreno Valley. Now it was.
Oh, I was going to say, I saw a lot of y'all said troll in the dungeon. That troll's okay, though. That was a good troll. That was kind of funny. Hey, Debbie, I heard that too. They were adopted and not blood related. Really? Like, really? Y'all are really hearing this? That's crazy. She did yesterday morning. She stuck to the story, and Jake said Jake would never hurt the baby. I've got that article we're going to go over. Jake would never hurt a baby. Like, stop. I mean, Promise, Carolina, AK Promise, would beg to differ. And ain't nobody got time for all that bullshit.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
That man would hurt her, that baby, those babies, them babies, everybody's babies, unfortunately. Hey, Holly. Hey, Snarky. Good to see you. have fun with talk text. That's cool. Little homie has been all over the news. Maybe we can go over what he said. Some interesting things are coming out that he said and heard around town that we're going to talk about as well.
This week that detectives revealed they believe the baby is dead. I'm Niku Kazori.
And I'm Jory Rand. Let's get right to that video just into our newsroom. There you can see, escorted by deputies, that is Jake Haro in a prison jumpsuit assisting search and rescue crews near the 60 freeway in a field off Gilman Springs Road. This is in Moreno Valley. This does not bode well for anyone holding out hope that that baby might be found alive. Emmanuel Haro, if you have the father of that child with deputies and a large law enforcement contingent searching a field off the side of the freeway. We do have more information. The couple, Emmanuel Haro's parents, claimed their baby was kidnapped in Yucaipa on Thursday, August 14th, but detectives say after interviewing them multiple times, that story quickly fell apart.
I wonder, because while you're in jail, you can see the news. So I wonder if Rebecca saw this after her initial statement and knows that he's taking them to wherever the body was, or he's already admitted that the baby's dead, because obviously if they're in a field, he's admitted the baby's deceased. Whether he's taking them to the correct place, only she knows. But I found that interesting, and I'm wondering if we're going to hear that she has all of a sudden started to chirp.
Rebecca said she was attacked and knocked unconscious in the parking lot of a Big Five store in Yucaipa. We heard from her in a, I guess you could call it a tearful interview, although we did not technically see any tears coming from her eyes as she was crying, where she says she was knocked unconscious, regained consciousness, telling investigators her baby had been taken, he had been kidnapped. After that disappearance, the boy's parents came under scrutiny, and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said investigators found inconsistencies in their story.
And this is our Air 7 video that we have right now. This is video in Moreno Valley. We saw that video a little bit earlier that had the baby's father, Jake, looking for, just with the detectives there, just searching this area again in Moreno Valley.
Oh, hold on. Listen to that. Listen to the location, okay?
This area again in Moreno Valley. We're zooming
in Moreno Valley. Judith, good to see you. I was trying to understand your comment. I feel the lawyer and Jake are fabricating schemes for distractions. I got that. And so did Rebecca Carriage. I don't know what that meant. I can find no sources reported on the parents being adopted siblings. That was an interesting one. I hear the baby was home birth. Many family members didn't know he existed. No birth certificate found, so can't verify age. Have you heard any of this? Well, I can tell you, because as y'all know that I'm a proponent for living off grid. I have actually my landlord's daughter is a doula, and I talked to her about specifically about vaccinations. I said, if you have a baby at home, do you have to get the baby vaccinated? And I was told no, but like there's still a birth certificate process, and I think the baby's checked out. Like I don't know. Is it possible to have a baby at home and nobody knows about it and there's no birth certificate? Yeah, I guess, but I find it weird. That's not usually, even with home births, that's not usually how it goes. Hey, Fortunate Cookie, Ashley. Jake never admitted anything. He's trying to throw Rebecca under the bus and even took them to areas where they never found anything. He's toying with them. I think he's going to try to throw Rebecca under the bus, honestly, because that's what he did with his ex. Going back to this, though, Moreno Valley. Now, I made a short yesterday, and we talked about Moreno Valley specifically. It's interesting that they said they're searching in Moreno Valley, and we're going to talk about what... There's another correlation with Moreno Valley and the Haros that has also just come out. What's so special about Moreno Valley?
In with Air 7, trying to get a better view of what we are looking at right here. That looks like a police car.
There's highway patrol there.
Highway patrol, and it seems like there is a woman standing right next to that highway patrol car. moving toward that area. It's an empty, open field off the side of the highway in Moreno Valley.
And we are waiting for confirmation from law enforcement. At this point, this is simply conjecture as to why they are searching this field now, why the father of this missing baby is in a field with deputies searching. We can, of course, wonder and make some assumptions, but we don't know until we hear from law enforcement. We saw Highway Patrol there, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. But again, this missing child has been missing for 10 days now. His mother said she was attacked in the parking lot of a Big Five store, knocked unconscious. When she came to, the baby was gone. It appears that there were holes in the parent's story. Those quickly fell apart, and they were placed under arrest this week. We do have a map of the 3 locations that are in question here. Yucaipa is where the parents said the babies were kidnapped. You see on the northern part of the screen, Cabazon is where the family lived. I believe that's where they were placed under arrest this week.
That was just 2 days ago. I believe that was on Friday morning. And we had many deputies out there. They had a pretty intense morning that day. There were armored vehicles. They took away the parents, both Rebecca and Jake Haro, early that morning. Large police presence. Neighbors came out as well. They also expressed concern and, of course, shock and anger, especially watching the parents getting taken away. They, of course, had so many questions. That night, they actually held a vigil for Emmanuel, and we had video from that night. Neighbors came together, tearful, and asking, where is Emmanuel? So it seems like we are getting one step closer. That's a mugshot of the parents right there. We have Rebecca.
So with this mugshot coming out, real quick, Sandra said if he's toying with whatever plea deal, if he's toying with them, whatever plea deal would be gone. So I doubt he's playing them. And I'm wondering, hey, Cindy, I'm wondering if he was offered a plea deal, which is really going to piss me off. I don't know why they keep offering plea deals. I mean, I'm assuming that it would be in order to retrieve the baby, but I just can't with the plea deals. Yolanda, DP, Vo, Just Me, Gorgeous 23, everybody coming in. It's good to see you. It is possible he was scavenged by animals. I don't know. Maybe we can look that up in a few minutes, Boo. Oh, really? It is very chilling. Yeah. Is the 2-year-old a registered birth? I'm not sure. And I don't know how I could find that out. If y'all know how I could find it out, we can definitely check. I think she's deeper in on this than we all think. I'm wondering if she could be responsible. In this mugshot of her, she appears to have 2 black eyes. Now, remember when we looked at the earlier photos in I apologize. In Yucaipa, she had this black eye that looked like it had been healing. This one looks darker now, and then there's this one. Now, I don't know if she used makeup to cover up this one originally, but as I've said before, the stress in that household, knowing that the police don't believe their story, everything was falling apart, and then the 2-year-old gets taken 4 days later, they get arrested. When they're in that house alone, getting rid of all the photos of baby Emmanuel, all the clothes of baby Emmanuel, tensions are high, everybody's stressed. I'm wondering if they got in another fight. Hey, Hobby, good to see you. The baby was born November of 2024. He's 9 months old, I believe. The baby died at 7 months because Jake keeps saying he's 7 months old. That's because he stopped counting after killing him. I've heard that, and I believe that. People are always offered deals, but they got to find whatever for the plea to be fully agreed on. Now I feel that the father is messing around with them, but I don't know. It's possible. She's gotten out of a DV situation before with the next. I wish she would have got out of that one. Remember, Hacksaw and Saw's all as much coyote poo that we see here in the Badlands. Finding soft bone is highly doubtful. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, Cowgal, and everybody coming in.
And Jake Haro and their recent mugshots. This is from Friday.
They are now due in court on Tuesday. Again, law enforcement believes baby Emmanuel is dead. The parents were placed under arrest, and now the father was seen with law enforcement searching a field. We will continue to follow this story as it develops tonight and bring you the very latest here on Eyewitness News.
Okay. Remember Moreno Valley, right? We're going to jump over here. I put this out on a short yesterday. This is titled Missing 7-Month-Old Baby's Parents Are Tied to Child Abuse Report in Moreno Valley, deputies say. You can watch this little 37-second clip.
And Jake Haro, and the search continues for 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, who has been missing for more than a week now. His parents, Rebecca and Jake Haro, were arrested yesterday at their home in Cabazon. The couple had claimed their baby was kidnapped in Yucaipa, but detectives say their story quickly fell apart. Emmanuel is now believed to be dead. A community vigil was held last night. The couple is due in court next week. They're also at the center of other reports of abuse. Riverside County sheriffs say they responded to a call of child abuse in Moreno Valley on Thursday in relation to the Haros. We're looking into this and we'll bring you updates as they come in. And the search continues.
So I don't know if you caught that, but the police were called out to Moreno Valley for child abuse reports in relation to the Haros. Again, they haven't released any information on that specifically, but what else? Who else is in Moreno Valley? Is that where they put the 2-year-old that they took out of the house? I've also heard stories that they have 5 kids together or something. There could possibly be a 16-year-old in the house. I'm not sure how true all of that is. You know, we've heard a lot of things on these YouTube streets, but what is it in relation to? So we know most of this. It just goes over the claims again, or like right here, Rebecca said she was attacked. You're not unconscious in a parking lot. We know all of that. Right here, deputies say the Haros are also at the center of other reports of abuse. Okay. Riverside County Sheriff's deputies say they responded to a call of child abuse at a home in the 23,000 block of Cottonwood Avenue in Moreno Valley on Thursday afternoon. They confirmed the investigation is related to the Haros. Deputies said the investigation into the alleged abuse is ongoing. No further details were released. And then we have, again, the footage of them searching in the Moreno Valley. Who else is in the Moreno Valley that they abused? And you're saying that, well, we'll go over that next, what she's saying from jail. I've got one more short clip of them searching.
Right now at 11, new developments in the case of baby Emmanuel. His father seen in a prisoner jumpsuit today, helping detectives search through a field in Riverside County as both parents remain in custody on suspicion of murder. I'm Kathy Barrett.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Those new developments today drawing search teams and investigators as well as cadaver dogs to the scene there. There has been a widely publicized search across the Inland Empire since Emmanuel's parents claimed the 7-month-old was kidnapped in Yucaipa on August 14th.
From there, detectives.
Grandma says that they wouldn't hurt a baby. I mean, and again, I think Carolina, aka Promise, would beg to differ because she has 3% of her brain function, y'all. This baby, this 10-week-old baby, he hurt so bad. She has 3% brain function. She cannot go to the restroom by herself. She cannot feed herself. Every couple of hours, she has to have the phlegm cleared from her throat so she doesn't choke and die. And you want to tell me that he's not ever going to hurt a baby? Nope.
Not today.
Not today. Grandma says she has never met the baby. Are you talking about Grandma on the other side? I haven't heard that. Maybe we can find it. They didn't take the baby to the doctor and use the excuse of not taking him out because of being an anti-vaxxer. They was the excuse for nobody seeing him. Yep, that's what they said at the park. They didn't take him out because he was not vaccinated, which again doesn't make sense at all. Yep, it is a bunch of bullshit.
What? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Yep. I don't know. And I don't know how we could find out. I don't know how we could find her birth certificate either. Amy says, so Emmanuel apparently couldn't get out of the vehicle at the football game because he wasn't vaccinated, but he could go to Big Five. And y'all pointed that out. That's a good point. That's what people are saying. We're going to look at some of the photos and talk about that as well.
Say their story fell apart, arresting the parents at their home in Cabazon on Friday.
And then today, search and rescue crews were seen looking for the remains of the missing infant.
NBC4's Tracy Leon live in San Bernardino County with an update on the search. Tracy?
I'm thinking she does.
Yeah, Kathy and Jonathan, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department led the search and rescue operation earlier today in Moreno Valley. They were not able to locate Emmanuel Haro, and at this point, they do not believe he is alive, and they say their search and their investigation will continue until they find the baby's remains.
Search and rescue teams spent hours combing through rugged terrain along the 60 westbound freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley Sunday afternoon, looking for 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro. The baby's father, Jake Haro, was also at the location with detectives.
In my experience, when somebody is being let out and being escorted to a particular area to look for a body who has been unaccounted for and they believe is a victim of a murder, that tells me that the person is sharing enough information.
Private investigator
I'm wondering, seeing him as I was watching that video just now and I saw all those searchers combing all over the valley, I'm wondering if he's telling police that he just put the baby out there, didn't even try to bury the baby or anything. And then the searchers are looking for any kind of fragments of bone or anything, because if he did just lay the baby out there and didn't try to bury him or anything, then yes, scavengers would have taken off with him and you would just have to find scattered remnants, unfortunately. Mama Mia said, I heard they verified no black eye on August 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Someone TT the family. I don't know what are you talking about the homie with that? Strange question. Is there a possibility this baby actually belongs to Rebecca? I don't know. I mean, I would say, yeah, I would say that that's something we could find out definitively. But I mean, if we're just speculating, if the baby wasn't, I mean, we've heard stories about women taking babies, but I think there would be a report of a lost baby. I don't know. It's possibility. I would think that the baby's Rebecca's, but I don't, I wasn't there, so I can't say for 100% certain. But if I'm going to tell you my thought, I would think, yeah, the baby's hers.
Moses Castillo investigated crimes against children during his more than 30-year career with the LAPD.
If it's true that the body was dumped somewhere in the fields, by now with the hot weather and the length of time, the body is decomposing and it's going to be in very bad condition. But they could still do an autopsy and try to determine the manner and cause of death. If there's some abusive head trauma, they'll be able to see that.
Emmanuel's parents, Jake and Rebecca Haro, were arrested Friday on suspicion of murder. Officials believe the 7-month-old is dead and his reported kidnapping did not happen. Emmanuel was first reported missing August 14th. His mother, Rebecca, told investigators she was attacked at the Big Five in Yucaipa and someone took her baby. After deputies confronted her about inconsistencies in the story, both parents stopped cooperating with investigators. According to law enforcement, Jake was convicted in 2021 for cruelty to a child and in 2024 for being a felon in possession of a handgun. Jake's car was also recently seized by law enforcement. Castillo expects law enforcement to be back in the same search area tomorrow to thoroughly scour the area to ensure they didn't miss anything.
Give him a decency of a funeral or a resting place for him, because no child should ever endure something like this. So my heart goes out to Emmanuel and everybody impacted by this.
NBC4 Investigates spoke to the Riverside County DA's office. They say that if the parents remain in custody and they decide to charge them, they will be arraigned on Tuesday. Reporting live in San Bernardino, Tracy Lingong, NBC4 News.
And there is more news that is.
I was trying to locate. I have the original charges pulled up, but I was just looking, trying to locate his new charges. I'm going to work on that. I don't understand why it would have been changed unless he said some kind of accident happened, which I don't believe for a second. Okay, so I think I might have it. Hold on. Sometimes it tries to put my information when I try to type people's name. Okay, let me pull it back up and we'll find out right now if it's been changed. Okay. This is what I'm pulling up as of right now, and it says murder with malice is still there, as it was before. Now, I've heard he's been moved, but yeah, current facility, Larry D. Smith Correctional, and that is a different one than where Rebecca's at, and I think I know why. We'll talk about that. We can go ahead and talk about it, actually. I'm going to pull up the pictures I have on hers. Well, I'll go back and do a search for her so we can see that he's in the Larry D. Where's my pen? Hold on just a minute. All right, Larry D. Smith. Okay, Jake is in the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility. Riverside Hall of Justice is where he will go to court. He's in Housing Unit 17G1. There's no bail. The San Bernardino Sheriff's Office arrested him. His date of birth is February 9th of 1993. And again, his charge is homicide with malice. We looked that up, but will do it again for those of you who haven't seen that. He was moved, I bet, to take detectives where he did. He could have been. That's a possibility, but I think it's for a different reason. Now we're going to go back, and I'm going to search for Rebecca. Okay, hold on just a minute. Oh, what? Okay, hold on. I'll pull up her old one if it's not showing up right now. Maybe I spelled it wrong or something. Let me get it from over here because she hasn't been moved or anything. Hold on just a minute. You have to forgive me. We were talking about Jack and Lily. Okay, this one is, Rebecca's. She is at the Robert Presley Detention Center, and she also has the charge murder with malice. She's in Housing Unit 7E04, no bail, date of birth, February 3rd, 1984. Now, assuming that's the same, I think they were moved to keep them from talking to each other because they don't want to jeopardize the validity of this case or the investigation in any way, shape, or form. And if they were to talk to each other, considering the hold that they may have over one another, they might not ever find the baby. So I think they moved him and her because I don't know if you've ever been to jail, but it's not that hard, especially if you run into the right trustee to have them deliver a note for you that will never see a guard's eyes in the whole time, and you can get it to the person. They used to put notes on lunch trays and all kinds of things. Excuse me. It could be so that he could be transported to where he took the police, but most of the time, the detective would come and pick you up and take you where you needed to go. I'm wondering who started talking first. I wanted to show y'all this from the San Bernardino Sheriff's Office about the search, and then we're going to go to what she said from jail. This is posted by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, and it was August 24th, 2025. Yesterday, it's from 17 hours ago. It says, this afternoon, a search for Emmanuel Haro was conducted along the westbound shoulder of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley. Investigators were assisted by cadaver dogs. Jake Haro was at the location with detectives. The search has concluded and Emmanuel was not located. The investigation to find Emmanuel continues. And a lot of people think that he's leading them on a wild goose chase. I don't think he would do that unless he's blamed Rebecca and said she told him where she buried him and he wasn't there. He's trying to get leniency for himself. Lying would totally screw that up for him, as some of you have pointed out. I kind of agree, considering that he flipped on the other girl. I think it's entirely possible. All right, we're going to go over here. So this is an exclusive. No thank you for that. No thank you. And get off. No thank you. Exclusive quote, I will not give up on my baby. What? I I will not give up on my baby, says Cabazon mother jailed on suspicion of homicide. Rebecca Haro spoke during an exclusive jailhouse interview with a Southern California news group reporter. It says a subdued Rebecca Haro sat hunched over in a 7th floor inmate visiting area of the Robert Presley Detention Center in Riverdale on Sunday morning and said she wished she was out there searching for her 7-month-old son, Emmanuel. No.
Not today.
Nope, you already in jail. You're already in jail. Stop lying to everybody. Stop it. You're done. It's over. Quote, she said, I will not give up. I will not give up on my baby. Bitch, you already gave up on him. Every time that you saw him getting worse and worse and worse as it appears in the pictures, his cognitive decline, that's what it looks like anyway. Obviously, I wasn't there, but it does look like he declines. Every single time you saw Jake allegedly do something to him, if she did, you gave up on him a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. Every time you made an excuse for him, you gave up on him a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. She never searched the Southern Cats and didn't. And didn't. And didn't. I can't. Is she serious? Bitch, shit the fuck down. Right. She's subdued, probably tied down because she's acting a damn fool. And ain't nobody got time for that shit.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Not today. All right. I will not give up. I will not give up on my baby, unquote. Haro said August 24th in a jailhouse interview with a Southern California news group reporter, during which she maintained that Emmanuel was kidnapped. Law enforcement authorities believe the baby is deceased and on Friday arrested Haro and her husband Jake Haro at their home in Cabazon on suspicion of homicide. It's actually murder with malice, which we're going to look up in just a second. Haro, age 41, separated from a reporter by a glass window and communicated through a telephone hookup on Sunday. She wore a blue gel jumpsuit, her hair up in a bun, as she was led away in handcuffs Friday. Her hair up in a bun as she was led away in handcuffs on Friday was now down to her shoulders. The once prominent bruise around her right eye has faded but was still noticeable. Haro and her husband Jake, 32, were arrested 8 days after the baby's mother reported that Emmanuel had been stolen from her after a kidnapper knocked her out while she changed the baby's diaper outside of a Big Five in Yucaipa. Though the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says her story was a lie, she stuck by it on Sunday. Haro shook her head side to side when asked about widely circulating rumors that days before she reported the kidnapping, she went to Big Five, told employees that her car had been burglarized, and asked whether the business had surveillance cameras. The Sheriff's Department did not respond to questions about the claims. Quote, I want to be out looking for my baby, unquote, Haro said, appearing to cry. She never went out and looked for the baby. She never went out and looked for it. She wants to be out so she can run. Y'all, this is infuriating. Who said she advised? I don't know. Hey, Jenny. Oh, who advised her to take an interview? Probably nobody. Probably nobody. Y'all, I don't know that she's necessarily the brightest crown in the box, and I think she's going to stand by her man, even though her man has probably already snitched her out. Edith, thank you for gifting a membership. I greatly appreciate that so very much. Hold on just a minute and I will try to see who that went to. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you so very much. That went to UTDBOLS, who was in here earlier. If you are still here and you are where Edith gifted you, please tell Edith thank you. I will have a members only video out hopefully by tonight. And I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think she has a lawyer. They both need to be he don't need to be around another damn baby ever even in his wildest dream. Thank you, M. Greenlaw, for becoming a member. I greatly appreciate that. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much. I saw that D's nuts came in. Good to see you. She never went out to look, but her hair sure looked like she got highlights in it when she was arrested. Ooh, I didn't notice that. Scratch, good to see you. Does this lady realize the whole world has been watching her? What the fuck? Right. Rhonda said it drives me crazy. She won't say Emmanuel. She just keeps saying my baby. Good point. Quote, I want to be out looking for my baby, unquote. Quote, I will not give up. I will not give up on my baby, unquote. She can't say his name because she knows it's not true. She knows what she did. She knows what she saw. Could y'all imagine, like, when they're talking about getting the hacksaw, the dismemberment, seeing the dismemberment of your baby? Like, that's a whole nother level. I could not even begin. Okay, hold on. The crying, the commitment to finding Emmanuel, and her account of the baby's disappearance, however, have all been called into question by investigators and the public. Over and over, people have noted Haro's composed, tearless crying during media interviews. The Uvalde Foundation for Kids, which, by the way, said, nope, this bitch is lying like a motherfucker. Real quick. It continues, the Uvalde Foundation for Kids, which offered to help the Haros hunt for Emmanuel on foot, withdrew its support when the parents stopped searching and failed to respond to subsequent reach-outs. And San Bernardino County Sheriff's investigators said unspecified inconsistencies in Haro's statements raised their suspicions. Investigators searched the Haro's home and seized electronics belonging to Jake. Haro said Sunday that she married Jake Haro in 2021, aware of his previous child cruelty case, and that their relationship has been, quote, wonderful. Really? Really? It's been wonderful, huh? Let's jump over here because I know the mugshot's on here. Okay. This says different. These black eyes say different. There's two now. That says a lot different. Because, y'all, she's away from him now. There's no reason for her to be scared of him at this point. He treats her well, she said, and the same goes for her 16-year-old child, a stepchild to Jake, and the couple's 2-year-old daughter, and Emmanuel. Quote, he's a good dad, Rebecca Haro said. He would never hurt a baby. Really? Hold on. Hold on just a minute. Where is she? Oh, I can't find it now. Let's go over here. Yep, this right here. I want y'all to keep in mind that she said he would never hurt a baby, right?
It talking about a baby. Jake Haro told investigators he bathed the baby and accidentally dropped it. Like, I don't like the use of the word it talking about a baby, but dropped it chest first on the divider of the twin basin sink. The baby had an acute fractured rib, healing fractures of 6 ribs, a skull fracture, a brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a healing of a fractured leg bone. That's what he did to the child. Annie Elise, this sort of takes this story involving little Emmanuel to a different place, I think, for a lot of people, including me, if you have a father convicted of cruelty to a 10-week-old.
Absolutely. And it's not only just the conviction, but it's everything that happened in that incident. As you mentioned, it was back in 2018, and he and his ex, Vanessa, had conflicting stories because essentially they turned on each other. He had said that when she dropped him off at the house after work that day, He felt like the baby was running warm, so he took the baby's temperature. It was between 99 and 100, chose to give her the bath, and that's when he dropped her. But he said he didn't know and notice any injuries once he dropped her. However, then later that night, Vanessa says she woke Jake up to ask him to feel the baby's back. And this word is in the affidavit, not my word, but she says when he did, he felt a crackle. So because the baby wasn't nursing, they took her to the hospital. And as you mentioned, the injuries, the healing fractures, the acute fracture rib, the brain hemorrhage, all of that, what makes it so much more darker is that after the hospital, reportedly when Jake returned home, his sister had opened his iPad and his browser tab, and the last search in that iPad was how to feed a baby with broken ribs. And
okay, now I want to remind you that the cousin adopted them. She has 3% brain function, will never be able to do anything by herself, and the phlegm has to be cleared out of her throat every couple of hours so she doesn't choke and die. Okay, but if we're going to talk about this, quote, he's a good dad, quote, he would never hurt a baby. Even in that instance, if he told her their whole relationship that it was the wife's fault, he told police he's the one that dropped her in the sink. So I would love to know how that conversation went in the Haro household. Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. It was my ex-wife. You know, she's a horrible whatever, and she's the one who hurt Carolina. But you're the one that dropped the baby in the sink, right? Like, even at that, you're the one that did it. And I'm not believing for a New York second that she didn't see signs of things. Emmanuel would not be missing, presumed deceased, if there were not signs. I don't think it just happened just like that. There had to be signs. Again, if we talk about Carolina, later known as Promise, there was fractured ribs and a fractured leg bone that were in stages of healing. And I bet Emmanuel was done the same way. There was probably a lot of things that were in the stages of healing that we'll find out about if we find his body. And if we go back to the new alleged abuse out of Moreno Valley, I really think it could possibly be the 2-year-old, if I'm just speculating. And I'm wondering if she's showing signs of fractured ribs, fractured leg bones in various stages of healing. It's all bullshit. Hey, Mr. J. Nope. The baby does not sustain injuries like that from being dropped. Absolutely not, Tom. And in different stages of healing, absolutely not. The common denominator is Jake. Exactly. Why is she still demanding on standing up for him, though? She's about to get a rude damn awakening. Okay, again, quote, he's a good dad, quote, Rebecca Haro said, quote, he would never hurt a baby, unquote, which is complete and utter bullshit. She said she retained an attorney, but declined to provide that person's name. I do not believe that for a second, because if she had retained an attorney, I do believe the news reporter would have had to got permission from the attorney to speak to her. Hey, Dainty. Fractures aren't healing yet if that baby was dropped when he claims. Okay, have a good day, Belinda. She's been brainwashed by him, but she needs to wake the hell up. The Haros have not been charged. A tentative court date of August 26 has been set. Jake Haro, initially booked into the Riverside jail, is now incarcerated in the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility in Banning, because they don't want there to be any way for those two to communicate with each other. Both are being held without the possibility of bail, and as of Sunday morning, Emmanuel was still missing, said Mara Rodriguez, a spokeswoman for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They are charged, both of them, with murder with malice. Let's look that up in the state of California and go over what exactly that means, and then we'll look at video where people broke into the property. Okay. Okay, so murder with malice, meaning in California. In California, the charge murder with malice refers to the unlawful killing of a human being or fetus with a mental state known as, quote, malice aforethought, unquote. This mental state is crucial in determining the degree of homicide and the potential penalties. Malice can either be expressed or implied. Express malice is when the defendant specifically intended to commit the homicide of the victim, while implied malice is when the defendant's actions show a reckless disregard for human life, even if there was no specific intent to kill. The distinction between express and implied malice is significant in California law as it affects the classification and sentencing of homicide charges. I personally believe that it was implied malice, which would mean, again, the defendant's actions show a reckless disregard for human life, even if there was no specific intent to commit the homicide. If there was a substantial amount of blood on a carpet all the way down to floorboards, what did he do to a small, allegedly 7-month-old baby to make him bleed that damn much? What happened? Like, it makes me feel like when we listen to the breakdown, when we went over the document on the breakdown of Carolina's injuries, what the pediatrician said, which actually I can pull that up and we can go back over. It sounded to me like he had gotten upset with her and like just thrown her up against the wall, up against the door. I don't know. And I'll read it to you, that part specifically, and you can make your own conclusion. But it was right here. It was interesting. And if he did the same thing to Emmanuel, then it's very possible he bled quite a bit. It says the victim once had finding of intracranial hemorrhage, brain injury, a cervical spine injury, and retinal hemorrhages. That retinal hemorrhages makes me wonder about Emmanuel's lazy eye. Accompanied with lethargy and fracture, lethargy and seizures are consistent with acceleration, deceleration forces of the head with traumatic stress on the neck. He shook the shit out of her. He shook her violently. That's going to give you acceleration, decelerations of a force of a baby's head because it's going back and forth, and then traumatic stress on the neck. That's grabbing a baby and shaking the shit out of her. The skull fracture is consistent with impact to the head. So he's holding her, he's shaking the shit out of her to where her head hits something, probably a wall or a door or something to that effect. Multiple rib fractures are typically caused by a squeezing mechanism of the chest. Again, he's holding her, he's squeezing her, shaking the shit out of her, and she hit her head against a wall or a door or something. I think he did that to Emmanuel, but this time he went even further, and Emmanuel bled because of what was done to him by that monster. And she's just as much of a monster, in my opinion, because she didn't do a damn thing to stop it. She ain't told on him. She says, "Oh, he would never hurt a baby. He would never hurt a baby." Mm-mm.
What? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Everything says that that's complete bullshit. Let's go over here to the short. We have evidently, so this was, I saw this Sunday morning. Evidently, as of Sunday morning, people were going into the Haro residence, and we have seen some photos released that we're going to look at next pertaining to that. Hold on.
It's ridiculous that people are going inside the fucking house. I seen you.
I didn't go in the house.
You went into the property.
I didn't go in the
house. Yes, you were inside there.
You were right here because the guy kept trying to offer people tours. The one that.
So evidently somebody's offering tours of the Emmanuel Haro house. Y'all, what the fuck's going on here?
Why would you think that's okay?
I agree with her. Like, why would you think it's okay to go inside of a house like that where there could possibly be a body that they missed of an infant or an... See, that there's outbuildings, there's sheds, there's all kinds of things. I'm wondering if the baby's still in the house somewhere. Like, I don't know, in the floor, in some kind of piping or something like that. It's possible. They weren't there long enough, in my opinion. The infant died? Like, what? They just got arrested Friday. It is Sunday. Stop it.
Why would you think that's physically okay? Mentally okay? This is the place.
Because I didn't go in their house, and you're telling people I went in their house.
Am I pointing at you? No.
You did a minute ago.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you whoever I'm going like this.
But you're whatever could make a big mistake for me. So you should think about it.
Down the street. I'm sorry.
You making this ruckus out here is a disgrace.
You guys are acting like this is a fucking circus.
Y'all, this is crazy. The rest of that just goes over the article I read to y'all. Now, I found photos, and I'm going to share the place that I got them. I was trying to screenshot them, and I wasn't able to get enough screenshots in time, but I'm going to go to where they are, and we're going to share it.
Get a proper...
These appear to be, let me put up my banner as speculation, and I'm going to pin JLR's link to the top if you want to watch it by yourself. I'll put that one up. I found it interesting that all of these photos came out, and I'm assuming it's from somebody that was at the property. So we're going to go into, I think right here, I'm going to grab his link. And I'm going to share it, and I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat because this is his content, not mine. Let me paste that. All right, so we're going to look at it and talk about it. Now, I've also heard something about a stroller being allegedly washed in a car wash at midnight. A midnight washing the stroller session? What? I don't know. Show y'all where I found that too. This is all speculation. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know.
That one of them was going to flip on the other. We thought that Rebecca would spill the beans and come clean and, tell authorities what exactly happened, which many people think happened inside this home here. Many people think the baby was murdered sometime in the home. News Nation came out there. Now, News Nation is the only one that really seen with the report.
Right here, I think this is SF Investigates footage, but look at the baby swing for Emmanuel. Like, I just picture him violently swinging the swing. I don't know. I mean, they just have disregard for infants. And then if he fell, I don't know. And again, they weren't at that house long enough, in my opinion, for them to search it properly and make sure that baby wasn't there. Again, this is JLR. I just pinned his link to the top of the chat box. You guys want to go check him out.
Report like this. But they're claiming that the baby could have died there or been there for a month. No one has seen the family, or no one has seen the baby for a month. Now, there's other people that are claiming that some of the family of Rebecca didn't even know this baby even existed.
Isn't that crazy?
Thank you, Tom and Lauren. Appreciate that. Nice to see you. How's everything in Florida? Hope everything.
And we can verify that because her ex-husband came out and said he didn't even know she had a baby. Why from the beginning are you hiding the fact that you've had a baby from your family members? Why would you do that? Unless there was something going on. We know his first child was fetal. I hate that I say that. Fetal alcohol syndrome baby. And then we have Carolina, who was probably, I think she was allegedly fine up to 10 weeks old. Are you hiding some signs of abuse that you don't want your family to see? I have a lot of questions.
They're not there right now, and the baby has still not been found. Riddle me this. How is that even possible? Look at this first photo here. TikTokers are taking photos. They're going around the property. TikTokers have gone to the back of the house and literally opened the door. The door was open. I don't know. Maybe they're opening it. And then I did a crazy report earlier today where apparently there's somebody guiding people in there, and they're like doing a crime scene tourism tour inside the home and around the property. And somebody's guiding people around saying, hey, look at this, come on in. Like, it's.
I mean, why would you do that? You would get in trouble. And I wanted to show y'all, speaking specifically about the garbage there on the ground, Steve Fisher got this footage from the day that they were arrested. And here you can see the police going through the garbage. I think that's the garbage that the TikTokers found, because as you saw in the photo we're going to go right back to, it appeared to be taken through a fence and it showed garbage on the ground. And that's what these police officers are doing, possibly looking for receipts. I don't know. But they're searching through the garbage. Now, this was during the time period that they were actually there. You can see them dumping out the trash bags and just going through it, trying to see what they can locate. Now, that looks like a photo that could have been taken afterward to me.
It's a tourist attraction. Are
it's insane.
You kidding me? A tourist attraction at this home? Where is the police? People are just going up there really close, taking pictures.
Now, you can definitely tell that that's the garbage that the police were going through. They just left there because that was the window we just saw the officer shutting.
Now, here, they might have a right to be there because unless they got permission from the other property. This appears to be on the side of the property because the property has like a fence. It has a fence on the left side of the property. On the other side, it belongs to something. It doesn't belong to them. So really, you could really technically, legally, I mean, until the other property owner says no trespassing, but you see the sign there, it says no trespassing in reference to their property, the Haros, the Haro. But these are some of the footage out there that some of these TikTokers, this says that Carla Elias 33. People are.
I did briefly look for that person, but I saw some videos. I wanted to talk specifically with you guys about the photos. So that I'm wondering if that's, no, you guys told me that the truck was white that the baby was in. It could be his stepfather's truck because his stepfather owns the property. I'm assuming his stepfather doesn't live close by or he would have gotten the people off the property. Now, I want you to pay attention to this stroller that was outside that appears to be kind of nasty. There's some allegations or some stories from the homie that we're going to go over real quick that I got from somewhere else, talking about she allegedly wanted to wash the stroller at midnight at a car wash where they were washing the truck. And the owner said, no, we're not going to be doing all that or something to that effect. Now, evidently, the homie heard that by people talking around town. It could be complete fabricated nonsense or it could be true. I don't know. Stroller appears to still be a little bit dirty. Yeah, probably. They're probably going to tear it down eventually. Care Bear. But I hope they have all the evidence they need out of that house.
To arrive back to the scene. Now, what is this? What is this right there? A stroller in the back. Whose stroller is that? Whose stroller is that? But the stepdad is there, and apparently the stepdad is there to guard the property from people vandalizing or burning it down the house. There could be people that might burn this house down. We don't support violence whatsoever, but there's people there that are literally like out front of the house. People, but no police. No sheriffs, no police. There's no police out there.
I can't believe that.
Go? Now, let me ask all of you
the
this.
Black
how
wagon
do you go
stroller.
From having a crime scene set up on Friday at the day of the arrest, right? They came in the morning. We all saw the video. Perp walked them, shamed them, which was good to see. We need more of that. They're up on Friday.
Whose bike is that? Because the 2-year-old's not riding that bike. That looks like for an 8-year-old. Did the stepchildren go over there? And that's another question I have. How was he still in contact with any of the stepchildren after what he did to Promise? There's a close-up of, is that a door completely blocked by the American flag? Old rusty wagon. Is that some antifreeze right there? That's great to have when a 2-year-old's just walking around. But hell, I don't know why I think that they would give a crap. Lord of mercy.
He was barefooted. They had a massive crime scene set up, right? Where they were actually preventing people. They were actually pushing everyone down the street a little bit, right? But some course during the day.
Hey, Heather.
Right, yeah. Rebecca was seen pushing that stroller behind a church on August 3rd. Yes. Jersey girl. Yes. Seen.
So evidently there's some alleged verification that she was seen pushing the stroller on August 3rd. That's what somebody's saying.
During the course of the day, Friday,
I'll mute him. I saw that you said you're getting a headache, and I'll continue with his photos. Some kind of table or platform that they got from the area. There's the baby swing. Every time I see that swing, it breaks my heart a little bit more because I know it was Emmanuel's. I don't know what that is. At the maybe the outhouse by the house. Yeah, JLR's always yelling. I think it was separate sets of children, different baby mamas. Not sure though. Possibly, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you just leave the trash strewn all over the place. There's a view inside the house. There's the washer and dryer, and there appears to be trash everywhere, but the police could have done that. There's a little bit closer up. This is some kind of weightlifting area, but it's very dusty and old looking. See, I'm not even going to tell you where my mind goes seeing that set of weights and things. I want to know what happened. There's the backside of the residence. I think he might be going through everything again. Yeah, I think we've seen most of these. Okay. So that's photos of the residents. Oh, okay. I remember what we were going to talk about next. Next, we're going to go to, what is his name? I forget his name. Hold on. Find him in a minute. This one. Okay, I'm going to grab his link and share his link. This is Fat and Opinionated. Forgot to subscribe. Let me grab his link and pin it in the chat. Now, this is all alleged. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. This is all just speculation and allegations. But this gives us some more idea about what the homie said in a shorter form video.
He had directly in whatever happened to Emmanuel, but she played a major role in covering all of this up because Rebecca has been spotted all over the place. Rebecca was spotted out trying to buy a saw. Rebecca was spotted getting rid of baby clothing. Rebecca was spotted in multiple locations with the black eyes. Rebecca has been seen by a lot of people in town, but not so much Jake. So that leads me to...
I thought it was Jake that was allegedly trying to buy the hacksaw. Catherine said, I think it's odd that the owner, Jake's stepdad, or family members didn't stop by and lock the doors to the house. Possibly fishy for someone to take hidden evidence. Maybe. I don't know. It is weird that they didn't lock it up, but maybe they thought people would be respectful and leave it alone. Rebecca was the one seen buying the saw. So that makes me think again that it's always been that he's going to throw her under the bus. I think it's odd that law enforcement didn't as well. Yeah, Cinema Shogun. I like him.
To believe that at the very least, Rebecca played the bigger part in kind of covering all of this up. Maybe Jake was making her do his dirty work. I don't know. But on the Tira or Ahmed, he was on a live stream last night and he revealed some new information. Some new tips have come in about more sightings. More people have come forward claiming that they saw Rebecca and Jake in some instances in the days leading up to Rebecca reporting Emmanuel missing.
Cara said, in my opinion, I think he's going to say Rebecca did everything and she has a black eye because he tried to stop her. I would not doubt it. That makes a lot of sense. That's probably exactly what he's going to say because he is allegedly, in my opinion, a piece of shit. But will the police believe it? Considering what he did to Carolina, aka Promise, will they believe that it was all her? How are you with two different women who abused children? That doesn't make sense. Again, Jake is the common denominator.
For one, They are saying that Rebecca was spotted trying to buy carpet cleaner or actually buying carpet cleaner.
Now, if we're going to talk about that, allegedly there was blood on the carpet, so much so that it soaked through into the floorboards, and police took that into evidence. So it makes sense that she would be out trying to buy carpet cleaner. I would love to know the date that she was seen buying carpet cleaner, because it had to have been relatively close to the time that Emmanuel's blood was on the carpet, probably the next day. I'd like to see some CVS receipts that have that carpet cleaner listed on it.
She was buying carpet cleaner. Now, that's not a big shock to me, because in every true crime case, the suspect always goes somewhere and buys some questionable stuff from Walmart or Lowe's or Home Depot. They always buy cleaning supplies, right? So that's not a big shock to me. And we know that law enforcement said they found a significant amount of blood in the house. So I already assumed that Jake and Rebecca were going to try to buy something to clean it up. But here's where things really get weird. Now, reports came in earlier this week that Rebecca was spotted walking around a construction site at midnight with a stroller, and investigators searched that area and they found nothing. But that doesn't mean that Rebecca wasn't there. Maybe that was just an...
Again, what? Rebecca was spotted walking around a construction site with a stroller at midnight. What? Really? What the hell is she doing walking around with a construction site with a damn stroller at midnight? At the witching hour. What was she trying to do? Why at a construction site? That's weird to me.
That area and they found nothing. But that doesn't mean that Rebecca wasn't there. Maybe that was just an area where Rebecca was considering dumping Emmanuel, but ultimately decided not to. Because people have now come forward claiming that Jake and Rebecca took their car, or took their truck, I should say, to the car wash. And, okay, people get their car washed, no big deal, but here's the weird part. Emmanuel's or someone's baby stroller, a black baby stroller, was in the back of the truck. And they wanted to go through the car wash with the baby stroller in the back of the truck still. And when the guy at the car wash was like, hey, you can't do that, they were like, no, we want to go ahead and go through. And ultimately, he wouldn't let them.
Now, let's talk about that logically. First of all, why would you try? I'm assuming they were trying to drive through the one where you don't have to get out of the car and it has the brushes that like run over the back of the car and things like that and wash it. If you're, that would make sense to me that they're trying to drive through one of those. They've got the stroller in the back, and the owner of the car wash saw them and is like, you can't go back there with the stroller because the brushes and the machines and the things that the water would mess up. The stroller would probably come flying out, or it could break his equipment. That makes sense to me. Why were they trying to drive? Like, why not just go to one where you pull up on the inside and you get out and you wash your vehicle? Then they could have washed the stroller and nobody would have asked any questions. If this is true, it shows me that, again, they're not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed, I assume. Or I think. Not I assume, I think. And they're both guilty of sin. That makes sense if they were trying to, again, go through the ones that you drive through and don't get out of the car. Like, why? I mean, if I'm thinking like a criminal, why would I even do that? And why would I be like, oh, no, I want to wash the stroller in the back. Like, let me draw attention to the stroller that I'm trying to wash for nefarious purposes. But I mean, I go back to them going into the Big Five and saying, oh, do you have cameras outside? And again, it makes sense. I guess both that they're panicking and stupid, in my opinion. Because again, if you're going to try to stage a kidnapping, why would you ask if there's cameras? Oh, because they're just... and if we're going to talk about them not being the sharpest tools in the shed, how long is it going to be before we find the baby? It's like a really bad movie, right? Like not even B grade, like D grade. Hey, Nonsense. Good to see you.
So that's really freaking awkward if you ask me. Who in the hell tries to go through a car wash in a truck or whatever with a baby stroller in the back? They're literally trying to wash that baby stroller in a car wash. Now, obviously, these are just rumors on the streets. Law enforcement isn't out here telling us this stuff, but these are the rumors that are being reported. And the streets talk. And most of the stuff that we've heard from the streets, most of that stuff has been correct so far. So Rebecca she keeps getting spotted everywhere. And this right here is really weird to me because, of course, we got the reports that Rebecca had been walking around with the black baby stroller at midnight. And now we hear that, oh, they tried to go through a car wash with the baby stroller in the back. So the baby stroller gets washed in the car wash, which is really awkward. So I'm thinking that whenever they ditched Emmanuel, there's a possibility that they had him in the black baby stroller. And I guess.
So if we're going to run that scenario, they had him in the black baby stroller. How did he die in the stroller? Did we put him in the stroller as he was on the brink of death? Or actually, there's something else that reminds me that I want to talk to y'all about when we reference the photos of Emmanuel. Milky Way Girl said, hear me out. She has the 2-year-old in the stroller and they were leaving the house while Jake took care of the body, allegedly. Maybe. Vincent Hughes may have been seen as a pallbearer at Hector's funeral. Where do I know that name? Oh, the lawyer allegedly may have been seen as a pallbearer at the the brother or grandson or something that died of an overdose recently. Maybe. Yeah, she allegedly cleaned the stroller in the car wash. I want y'all to remember that, the stroller situation, right? And I'm going to pull up these pictures real quick and talk to you guys about that.
Emmanuel, there's a possibility that they had him in the black baby stroller. And I guess, I don't know what's going through their mind. I try not to put myself in the mind and in the shoes of people who do horrible things like this. But I'm thinking that maybe they were looking for spots and had Emmanuel in the stroller. And after they eventually got rid of him, they took the stroller and they tried to wash it in the car wash. Yes, I know that sounds awkward and crazy, but that's how this story has been. This story has been pretty awkward and crazy, and now at the time of this recording, Rebecca's still sticking to her original story. Jake is out here with police on the side of the road looking for Emmanuel. Who knows what in the hell is going on? All I know is that insane. Rebecca, and I guess Jake, but mostly Rebecca, the streets are talking, and a lot of people saw her in the days leading up to Emmanuel supposedly getting kidnapped. So, yeah, a lot of stuff is just adding up against her right now. And the crazy part is, don't get me wrong, Rebecca obviously played a major role in this, and I think she's a horrible person. But in my opinion, I don't think that she did this to Emmanuel. I think that it's more likely that Jake did, especially considering his history. It's not far-fetched to believe that he would do something again like he did before.
And again, that makes me question the 2-year-old with all of the alleged abuse reports that we have out of Moreno Valley. Now, talking about the stroller and while we're trying to wash it, a lot of people have said that this photo here on the end looks like he was deceased. Now, I don't think so because this little fist right here is clenched. But people have said that he could have been on the way out. Now, if you notice, they're at a park. So thinking about the baby stroller and trying to wash the baby stroller, if we're just speculating, I'm wondering if he could have possibly been on the way out in this photo. And they take the photo as a proof of life photo, whatever, et cetera, and then they put him back in the stroller and are pushing him around the park or whatever. He's on the way out, he vomits, whatever, and there's vomit, blood, et cetera, possibly in the stroller. where he eventually passes away, and then they do whatever, and they try to wash the stroller. If he was on the way out in this photo right here, but again, I think he's still alive at this point because his fist right here is clenched. His skin looks grayish green. I don't know. That picture always kind of freaks me out. I mean, think about, if you want to talk about brain dead, think about Carolina, 3% of her brain working at that point. Oh, yeah, that's true. How would blood get in the house then? Well, dismemberment. Not trying to be graphic, and I apologize for how graphic I'm being right now. Maybe the blood could be from the dismemberment. Think about this child, how big a 7-month-old baby is, and then think about the amount of blood that would have had to have been there for them to remove carpet. Well, I mean, I guess there could be a few drops on carpet, but then the floorboards. Yeah, grayish green is not normal. You can see the difference just with these two photos side by side. I mean, they're two totally different skin tones, but he is outside in one and inside under a light in the other. So I don't know. You make your own decision on that. Yeah, the skin color on the fist is different too. But his fist is balled up. A lot of people have said that he appears to be deceased. I don't think so because he's holding his fist shut. On the way out, possibly. Wait a minute. What's happening? We don't delete comments. But sometimes YouTube will. It depends. Yeah, we don't delete comments. Unless they're like really bad. Emmanuel was at least 10 months old, not 7 months old. I've heard that, and that makes me question why they said he was only 7 months old. I mean, is that when he allegedly left the earth? And I mean, even here, like these photos right here, he looks happy there. You can't see his eyes clearly, but he almost doesn't. I mean, he doesn't look like that. He looks happy, lovingly staring probably into his mama's eyes. This shows a degeneration over time. Like it gets progressively worse. And I think it's because of Jake. You don't ever see any pictures of him halfway smiling ever again after that. And he's holding his head up there, which he's holding his head up here, but I don't like this one on the end. I just don't. I really don't. His lips, let's see. Hold on. Okay, I can't go in any more than that. Yeah, there appears to be some kind of mark on his lip. That bottom lip, he kind of sucks in. So if his mouth was closed, like even in this photo, if his mouth was closed, that bottom lip would probably be like that. But the top of his lip right there does appear to have some kind of markings on it. It looks like a bruise right there and a little bit of redness right there. His eyes, they got like the purple above his eyelid. That would be a sign of black eyes, which would make me think brain hemorrhage, possible baby shaken syndrome. And I think that the stroller that we were referencing is directly correlated to this photo. I think something happened shortly thereafter the photo, and it happened in that stroller. They took him home, and then something else happened at home after he was already deceased, which we've stated, and that caused the blood on the carpet and the floorboards. Yeah, especially if I lost the comment. In the photo, he should have been sitting up, having 2 teeth and things like that. I agree, especially if he is older than we originally thought. If he was born in November of 2024, he would have been 9 months old when he disappeared, not 7. Now, I haven't seen a birth certificate that tells me definitively that he was born in November of 2024. So this is just speculations, but excuse me. Tanya said his lips are blue. He looks deceased. It's hard to tell because it could be bruising or they could be blue. Because this looks like it could be a bruise right there, but it also could be a shadow. And that looks like it could be bruising. I don't think that's a shadow because that's pretty prominent. Purplish dark color. I just now, when we zoomed in, noticed though above his eyelids where it's purple like that. That's really bothersome. That would tell me that some kind of hemorrhage, shaking the baby, some kind of brain hemorrhage, something to that effect. Now here it's a little bit darker up there, but not like it is there. I mean, think about how far away the photo is, like the camera is in this photo, right? And you can still see how dark it is up there. Here, the camera's right up on him. And while it does look like maybe a bruise that had healed, it could also just be the lighting and the skin tone in that one. That one, the camera's pretty far away and you can see how dark the lines are above his eyes. That one, his eyes almost shut on this side and you can see that line. Brain bleed, shaken baby syndrome, allegedly speculating. They pop his lip, leaving a mark. Yeah. I don't think, like I said, I don't think he's gone because this fist right here is clenched, but he could be on the way out, unfortunately. Don said, don't think he was mobile like they're insinuating. I don't either. I don't think he was doing any of that. There's absolutely a mark on his upper and bottom lip. The poor baby was abused constantly, probably because cried from being hungry or constantly left in a crib or stroller, but that's just my speculation. I agree. Hey, Juno. A lot of people hearing things with no facts and evidence, just rumors. My Aunt Mary's cousin's cat said, yes, it is just rumors, just speculation. That is what we are doing. None of this has been corroborated. It's just speculation. It's sad, though. And I mean, considering what he did to Carolina, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I mean, but if you just look at these photos, like it looks like it gets progressively worse over time. I just find it weird when we talk about the stroller and while she's trying to wash it at the car wash. And then again, we have this photo where you would have probably had to put him in a stroller to get him there. And that purple above, I've never noticed that purple above his eyes. Like, I would love for somebody to explain to me those marks above his eyes right there, especially this one where it's closed. You can see the sunlight on it. It looks like when they would do the freaking lobotomies back in the day. Phlebotomies, blood draw. Lobotomies. Clenched fist, impaler of skin, not being able to lift head, detached retinas, all signs of neurological damage from shaken baby. Right. And then the bruising, that I swear to y'all, there's bruising up there. And if we think about, excuse me, they do, Mr. J. If we think about going in the field and searching and, you know, him not showing any care for Carolina, who has, again, 3% of her brain function left and will never be able to do anything by herself. He probably put the baby out there and just set it out there, and maybe he got taken off by scavengers, which really upsets me. You can't see the left fist I'm talking about. No, I haven't ever seen the left fist. So it's laid out and his hand appears to be open in that one. Like his fingers are kind of making a C shape, kind of not holding. He's not holding his fist closed, but the hand is relaxed on the other side because you can see the palm here and then the fingers coming up right there. Looks like a box or something on his chest under his shirt. Maybe that, but that could be like the wrinkles or ruffles in the shirt because, I mean, it appears to be a little bit too big for him. Police precinct. I was looking at a bulletin board of unidentified dead people, and one thing they all had in common was their mouths were open. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's deceased. I think he's on the way out. Rebecca's family said they had never met Emmanuel because they had been estranged from Rebecca because of her relationship with Jake. I believe it, JS. I believe it.
But it's clear and undeniable that when it comes to the cover-up has mainly been Rebecca. Rebecca is the one that was in the Big Five parking lot supposedly getting knocked out. You know, Rebecca was the one there when Emmanuel supposedly got kidnapped. Rebecca is the one on security foot, you know, on security camera in the Big Five parking lot, clear as day, by herself with no one knocking her out and no one kidnapping Emmanuel.
And she's the one that's sitting there saying he would never hurt a baby, even though we know about Carolina. Kermie, I do not know if they search landfills. I'm not sure. I doubt that they announced his birth in the newspaper, especially if they didn't announce his birth to the family members. Jake was with the cops. There's video and pictures. Yeah, there is. We looked at it at the beginning of the live stream. There's a bunch on Facebook.
Rebecca's the one that's getting spotted on all of these security videos at these different stores, you know, getting rid of baby clothing, trying to buy a saw, buying cleaning products. And yeah, maybe Jake is the one that's telling her to do all of this stuff, but at the end of the day, Rebecca is leaving more of a trail than Jake left. And to see Jake out on the side of that road, knowing that Rebecca, I think, was the main one that was covering the story up, she was like, you guys get what I'm saying here? It really feels like Jake kind of set Rebecca up for failure here. Now, we don't know for sure what happened to Emmanuel. Maybe Rebecca did do it. Maybe we're misjudging everything. But it really feels like Jake set up Rebecca for failure.
Yeah, just like he did his ex-wife. See, he looks afraid there. And it's darker up here above his eyes again. But that could be the way the photo was taken. It could be grainy. I don't know. It's weird. He looks scared. Very fearful in that picture. I've always thought he looked fearful in that picture. If we go back over here, they show pictures of him searching out in the woods or in that field. And here he is talking to investigators. This person got some different photos. It says, was on our way home and came across the search party for Emmanuel Haro off the 60 freeway. Jake can be seen with detectives. Poor baby, may they find him and properly lay him to rest. And that's what I'm hoping happens by the end of this. But we know that from the post from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office that we looked at earlier, they didn't find anything and the search was closed shortly thereafter. But they had search teams out there. That would make me feel like they could possibly destroy evidence. The bruising under the left arm. Let's go back. Right here? No, that would be right. I think it could be shadows. And then you got to think about if he's cold. If he's laying there and he's cold, it's gonna make the splotchiness on the skin. Like you see how the skin is kind of splotchy. It does that on babies sometimes if they're cold. But his eyes are dark here, like they were in the other ones, and I don't know if that's just skin tone or what. I hate that picture of him. I heard in a different video that the parents saying to someone that the baby was born in December. Not sure how true that is, or if the parents were lying. I do think Rebecca was more involved. I agree, Red Rose. I don't know when the baby was born. I wish we could find a birth certificate. Hannah said, in my opinion, the black eye was from Jake, and she may have been telling the truth on how Emmanuel disappeared to a point. Jake hit her, she blacked out, and Emmanuel was gone when she woke up. Very possible. And that's what I think is as well. I think it could be very possible. But why keep standing up to him for him to this point? I mean, again, if we go back over to what she said to, hold on, let me pull it up, to what she said to a reporter from the jail. She said that he would never hurt a baby, all of these things. And I wonder because, okay, I just looked at this. Oh my gosh. It's trying to make me pay for it. She said he would never hurt a baby. Okay, well, we read it a few minutes ago. He would never hurt a baby. He didn't do anything. He wouldn't hurt a baby. All of the stupid shit she's saying. I wonder if she's seen him out here searching like this. And when she does, because they can see that from jail, what she's going to say. Is she going to flip on him? Yeah, hold on. Do you know how to use StreamYard and turn your camera off? I can put an overlay up. I believe Jake's parents or step-parents are just as controlling as Jake, in my own personal opinion. Yeah, he almost killed Promise. And again, if we're going to talk about that, why was he allowed out? Like, that's an attempted homicide charge. Why did the DA and the judge just let him go out free on speculation, on probation? Why weren't those children taken away from him? This could have been stopped, and it wasn't. Yeah, exactly. He would never hurt a baby. Their relationship was wonderful. Somebody kidnapped Emmanuel. She needs to be searching for him. All of the things. And we know that he almost killed Promise. And I said earlier in the stream, I wonder if he told her, oh, it wasn't me, it was my ex-wife, etc., etc. But even in the police reports from Promise, he's the one that said he dropped her. Right, JS? Yeah, he served a day, 6 months jail work release program, and then probation. Yeah, it's the DA. I want to talk to that DA, and so do a lot of people. Okay. Okay. If we go back over here, there were some other videos that I had lined up that talk about it. Oh, I had the video there. Those are other things. So this talks about the family not having seen the baby for a month. Sorry, I didn't realize that I hadn't pulled it up for you guys. I don't know why some people think Rebecca's innocent. She's not innocent. Like I said, she's more involved. She could be an abusive person as well. She knows exactly what happened. She did, and if she don't start running her mouth, she's going to go down for everything, in my opinion. This is from 2 days ago.
More news that is still emerging about this case, even at this hour. Here to take us through all of the latest developments, we've got true crime reporter Annie Elise.
I'm not sure, though.
The podcast Seriously with Annie Elise. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Annie. First of all, do you know anything more about exactly what happened when the Haros were arrested today?
Hi, Brian. Good to see you. No, so as far as the information, about 30 minutes ago, it was released that Jake has been charged with murder with malice. In terms of the arrest itself, it's my understanding that law enforcement came out in droves and around 7 a.m. this morning, coming up, approaching the house and booked them and took them into custody around 7:45 a.m. Shortly after that, it was chaotic on the scene. Media was showing up, bystanders were showing up, and that's when they started doing the search of the property. They blocked.
And they did. They blocked off and they went right up in there. I did just find a new article that was on my homepage that we'll read. It's from 55 minutes ago, titled Missing 7-Month-Old. Officials say kidnapping, quote, did not occur after parents' arrest. And we knew that, but to have officials actually put it out is good. I'm wondering, have they found him yet, and how long it will be until they find him. Rebecca is 41 and Jake is 32, but Rebecca allegedly has 2 grown children, and her ex-husband said that they're fine. Like, she never showed signs of hurting them or anything, as far as I know. The mother of Promise was no better. Malnutrition doesn't happen in a day. As a mother, she should have saw that. Yep. And then we think about the searching on the iPad, how to feed a baby with broken ribs. You knew. Dawn says, because people empathize so much on any and all situation. Respectfully, that's how we get to this. If you partake in any way, you're a monster as well. We are having Vittles? I don't know what that is, Rob. I do sympathize with her if she was abused, okay? But at some point, when you're away from the person who is abusing you, you've got to speak up, number one. Number two, as I've said several times before, there is no way that you're going to abuse my child and I'm going to say, I'm going to pull a Medea and cook some hot grits or something. I'm going to run out that house in the middle of the night. I'm going to get out of that house with my child. As I've told y'all before, I was in an abusive situation, but he never hurt our child. And I was like, well, I was very, very young, very young. I had her at 19. I was 19. And I said, he never hurt her. And my father wasn't in my life a lot. So I wanted her father to be there. But then when she got about 2 years old and we would laugh or anything would happen that would be loud, she would jump and freak out because she would think that we were going to get into an argument again. And she would start crying. And it's then that I realized that even though he loved her and he never laid a hand on her, it was still affecting her by proxy because she was seeing what he was doing to her mama. It's never, you have got to get out. It even if it's not happening to the child, it's still going to affect them, that imprint of trauma. But hurting my child, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. I'm getting out some way, shape, or form. I'm calling the motherfucking police, throwing some hot grits on you. I don't know, but nope. Red Rose said, and for any woman that knows a man's background, and especially being a baby abuser and still wants to be with that person, to me is not normal either. To me, I feel like she's not right in the head. I don't think either one of them's right in the head. But I'm thinking that he told her some kind of superhero story. Oh, it was my ex-wife and I saved the baby. I tried to save her. That's why she's alive. And I didn't know what to do. I went to the hospital. I'm the one who went to the hospital. I did this, I did that. But then again, in the police reports, he states he dropped her. Number one. And number two, I would be looking at the damn reports. Okay, I would be pulling that shit and be like, look, this is what you said and this is what this says. But if she didn't, I mean, how does she not know about the broken ribs and broken leg that Carolina, aka Promise, had that were in different stages of healing? I don't. I don't. There's just no way. It's not possible. I don't see it. No.
Off the streets, put the crime scene tape up. To your point, they started looking all around the scene. They were dumping out garbage bins, going through the trash, searching that shed that was also adjacent to the property. And it's my understanding they also had been removing some floorboards from inside the house that potentially had blood on them.
Oh, that's just terrible, Annie. I'm looking at the video here. We can see they had the SWAT team out there, and there he is being taken out in the handcuffs. Wow. What do you make of where baby Emmanuel is? I mean, obviously we're all holding on to hope, but is there any new information about where he might be?
Well, he could have been out in that desert they were searching, but we don't know. Milky Way Girl said, and was he even caring for the children financially? I could never get with a deadbeat dad. It appears, because football's not expensive, if he was paying for the child that was playing football. He does have a property. The baby, every picture we've seen, he appears to be in a Nike onesie. Those aren't expensive. I mean, those aren't cheap. If we go back over here, he appears to have the things he needs. It's just the physical abuse. I don't know. Yeah, he was walking barefoot in that arrest photo, and it was hurting his feet. And I think that he deserved every bit of it. It's okay. Yeah, thank goodness. I've looked all over the internet. Everybody's posting old stuff. Why are they not searching? Why can't we see police searching? Why no new news? This is ridiculous. Pamela, I'm with you on that. We did get new news about the mother speaking from jail. Again, I go back to, why did the police leave the residence unlocked? Why did they leave stuff everywhere? Did they search the residence fully because the baby could be anywhere, especially if, God forbid, it's dismembered. I feel like there's still more in that house. They're going to keep everything under wraps to protect the integrity of the investigation, but it's very hard being a member of the public and wanting to know more. I get it, and I'm sorry. I wish I had more information for you. Hey, Matthew, I don't care what excuse someone gave me. If I'm hearing how that dude's baby was tortured, I would not fall for it and would run. Like I said, she's more involved, I believe. That as well. Is it confirmed she was a nurse or working? I heard she was a nurse. Not that I've heard of. Good to see you, Angela.
Unfortunately, at this point, because there has not been a family member who has said they have had eyes on him in the last month now, I think that it can be a very broad search. And Cabazon and the whole area down there, it's desert. It's so much landscape. It's vast. It's so much dirt that he could be anywhere. And if somebody hasn't laid eyes on him in weeks, that gave them much longer of a lead time to dispose of evidence of his body, to drive somewhere far. So I think this may end up being a tough search, although
I think it may too. Sandra said the ex came out and said there was no football practice. I would think that's one of the first things that the police corroborated. That's interesting. Where did you see that? Maybe I can find it. Did you see it on Facebook or something? I'd like to verify that. Because people at the park said that they were there, but that they never saw the baby. And then her excuse was that he wasn't vaccinated, so she didn't get him out of the car. So I'd be real interested to hear that actually come from the ex's mouth, because people at the park, like I said, verified that they were there. Even I heard that the coach even came out, which I haven't verified, and said that there was no reason for her to go get a mouth guard because they had mouth guards there. So I'm not sure. I do actually have this that I'm going to go over after this video. Again, it's from 55 minutes ago, and it's the officials officially putting it out that the kidnapping did not occur, that I'm going to jump to after we watch this video with Annie Elise. They were there, just no Emmanuel. Yeah, because allegedly he was in the vehicle. I'm wondering if the 2-year-old is with foster mom in Moreno Valley, and she reported it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's what I think as well. That's what I'm speculating, allegedly.
I'm hopeful that they were reckless enough with their digital footprint that they will be able to find him soon.
It was interesting. Police said that they gathered digital and electronic evidence. Do we have any idea what that is?
They haven't said specifically, but it's my understanding, based on the statement they put out and locals who are talking, that they looked through their devices, which we also know Jake Haro's attorney said they willingly passed those over, looked through different electronics at the house. I would imagine also looking through potential GPSs in the vehicles. So while it hasn't been stated exactly what they found, they did say that some of that digital evidence is what led them to getting the arrest warrant.
And
so if some of that digital evidence is what led them to getting the arrest warrant, that's really interesting. What kind of digital evidence could have led them to getting the arrest warrant? Christine said, I've seen reports that Jake has been living off of worker comp claims for years. I do have more on that if we jump over here real quick. I have this that tells us general case information, injured worker first name, and these are all of his injury dates and his worker comp claims. He's got several for Walmart, one for Amazon, one for Los Palomos Estates, and 2 for Blue Triton Brands. This injury lasted, several months, like about 6, 7, 8 months, from March 25th of 2014, actually years, to November 8th of 2018. From Walmart. That was that workers' comp claim. We have one for October 1st of 2022, February 23rd of 2017. This one from Blue Triton was December 5th of 2022 through October 7th of 2024. This one was September 29th of 2024 and November 8th of 2018. So basically, he's had one going for 4 years. And then he's gotten several in between there. I don't see 2019, 2020, 2021. Depending on how big the settlement was for this 4-year one, maybe he was able to live off of the money he got from that until about, what would it have been? Or this one, the 2017 one, the 2018 one, and the 2014 to 2018, depending on how much money he made, he might have been able to survive on that for a couple of years. But then in 2022, here and here we see him pop back up on the scene and getting money. So, I mean, it just shows me that they're lazy. But then if we think about through a criminal mind, taking a stroller to a car wash and being so damn lazy that you don't even go to one of the ones that you pull up in and wash the vehicle yourself. No, we're going to try to drive through the car wash where it does it for you and then tell the person that owns the car wash, oh no, we're just going to leave the stroller back there because we want to wash the stroller, even though it may fuck up your equipment. No, that's what we want to do because that don't look suspicious. They're so damn lazy they can't even get out and clean it themselves. I mean, it just lazy. Yeah, it adds up. It makes sense. All the check marks are there.
When it comes to the surveillance footage, there are now these reports of Rebecca with a black eye before she reported the baby missing.
You think so?
What does that mean, do you think?
So there's a few different reports that she was seen with this black eye as early as August 3rd. She also attended a family member's funeral not too long ago, to which this is the footage that a lot of people are looking at and dissecting, where it appears she may have had a black eye and covered it up with makeup. But I do think that out of all of the surveillance footage that people are talking about, the most interesting piece of it is the footage that was reportedly captured from the liquor store across from the Big Five. And we know that there was footage because, again, Jake's attorney yesterday spoke out saying they saw the footage, Rebecca and Jake were shown the footage, and when confronted with, okay, well, what was seen, his response was that it corroborates Rebecca's story, that she fell to the ground. But what's interesting is there was no mention of the baby being seen in that footage, no mention of a second person being seen in that footage approaching Rebecca. So because that
yeah, we looked at that footage and it appeared to show her get out of the vehicle, fall down, and then get back up and get back in the vehicle. Miss Honeybee said, I wonder if the timeline of abuse to all the children over time coincides with the ending of his unemployment benefits or settlement funds. That's a good question. I do have that document that I just showed you. And I have the document that talks about the dates that little Carolina was brought to the hospital, so we can look into that. Someone also just said that they're not seeing anything about the ex saying that there was no football game, only that she filed for a restraining order, and I do have documentation of that as well, so we'll jump into that stuff in just a minute.
That was announced and released yesterday. I'm curious if that ended up painting them into a corner as well and just being more evidence against them.
Do you think, Annie, that anyone else knew about this? If it's true that they hurt or even killed the baby, do you think there could be anyone else involved?
I think that it would be difficult for other family members not to know what was going on, because again, if nobody had seen him in weeks, and if the older siblings who reportedly were with him that very day of this kidnapping hoax didn't see him, I would imagine maybe they didn't know the extent of what was going on, and there may have been excuses for his absence. But
if we're going to talk about other people being involved, I really don't think that there is, because you can only keep you can keep a secret until you tell somebody, right? And I think that they will keep the secret, or Rebecca will, because Jake has her so damn brainwashed that she'll never give him up. She needs to, because he sure is giving her up, in my opinion, allegedly, speculating. But I think he knows that she'll never snitch him out. And he's the only other one that knows. I don't think that for a second they would tell anybody else a thing ever, because Jake needs to be in control of everything, of the whole entire situation. And with Rebecca, he's got control until the end of time. Matthew, thank you so much for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate that. Those went to the Vu, yay Vu, Cassidy's Mama Fritz, Purple Pros, Andrea Del Minley, Min E, and Donna Smith. If you were gifted from Matthew and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Matthew thank you. Thank you, Matthew. I will grab the crazy train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That was so sweet. Yay! I'm putting out a members only video. We're playing a game. What's on allegedly's desk? That will be out later today.
I would imagine that there was some family intel happening, and not
Hey,
to mention
Laura.
these charges, we're talking murder with malice. That isn't something
There's a lot
that is
going on.
accidental or anything that was, a lesser charge even, such as manslaughter. This means that this was intentional or with reckless disregard for human life. It is a very serious murder charge.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download
God.
our News Nation app right now.
Stop yelling at me, Chris Como. Stop. Every time. Feel like I need to go put myself in the corner. Oh, okay. If we wanted to talk about the workers' comp claims, we can do that. And see if it lines up with the abuse states real quick before we jump into that article. Now, I have taken the time to pull this up. This is the doctor's findings that, again, tell me that he grabbed Carolina, squeezed the shit out of her, shook the shit out of her, and she hit her head against a wall or something. And I'll just read that part for you again. We have a date of December 1st, 2018. We're going to make sure that that's the date that she was admitted and not just the date that he gave his report. But it says in the report that victim 1 had findings of intracranial hemorrhage, brain injury, cervical spine injury, and retinal hemorrhages. Again, think about little Emmanuel and his eyes. This is not about Emmanuel. This is about Carolina, later renamed Promise. Accompanied with lethargy and seizures, are consistent with an acceleration, deceleration, force of the head with traumatic stress on the neck. That's going to be shaking the baby. The skull fracture is consistent with impact to the head. So he's shaking the baby. She hits her head against something. Multiple rib fractures are typically caused by a squeezing mechanism of the chest. So he's squeezing her, shaking the shit out of her, and she hit her head. The healing oblique tibial fracture is likely secondary to traumatic twisting mechanism. That's going to be her leg that had been broken, that was in stages of healing. It's like somebody grabbed that baby's leg, 10-week-old little girl, and twisted her freaking leg. He further stated the combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant, in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries, is indicative of abuse, head trauma, child physical abuse, and nutritional neglect. The history of a short fall onto the kitchen sink does not explain her extensive and severe head trauma or her multiple bilateral rib fractures. That's what he did. Okay, so we have, so it is October 12th of 2018. So 10/12/2018. Now let's go back to the workers' comp. Oh. Where is it? Did I just pass it? Yeah. Okay, so October 12th of 2018, he would have been just about a little less than a month later. This ended. This one from Walmart, and that was a big payday because this went on for 4 years. Now he does have this one that also is November 8th of 2018, but it appears to be the same one. Case location POMADJ. So this is the same one. So yes, that one would have been about a month out from ending, and he would have known that he had a little bit more of a month left to continue to claim whatever workers' comp he was claiming for that. So to answer your question, I would say, yeah, probably. It probably did affect. He was probably stressed out and worried about his workers' comp claim about to come to an end and not receiving any money from that. Or he could have been stressed out. I don't know if he would have gotten money the whole time he was going through that, or if it would have been a payday around November 8th of 2018. So it could, if he had been receiving money the whole entire time and then it ended on November 8th of 2018, Carolina's injuries happened less than a month before that. So if he knew it was coming to an end, yes, that could have caused extra stress on him, and therefore stress that Carolina suffered by proxy. Now, if he was about to get paid on the 8th, he could have been frustrated that he hadn't got paid yet and stressed out about the possibility of the court finding that he was lying and not getting paid at all. Oh, thank you. Oh, no. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Boo, for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships. I really appreciate that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And those went to Cherie, Emmy Joe, FSU Girl 850, Tammy Puderbaugh, and Crystal M. If you were gifted from Vu and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Vu thank you. Thank you so much, Vu. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you again, Vu. That was very sweet of you. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. So I don't know who had asked me that, but yeah, I think it does correlate. Either he's about to be done getting money from the government, or he is stressed out about not getting paid. That was very sweet of you. All right, let's go over here to this official statement that they just released about probably an hour and 5 minutes ago at this point. It reads, so it says 55 minutes ago. Oh, hold on, let me refresh it. And I'll tell you exactly how old it was. Now it's 1 hour old. It says, the title is Missing 7-Month-Old. Officials say kidnapping, quote, did not occur, unquote, after the parents are arrested. What did Kerr say? Oh, wonder if he was working for a stepfather's company while receiving workers' compensation checks. People have asked that. I wasn't aware that he was working for his stepfather. My question to that would be, was he getting paid under the table, or was his stepfather paying him with a 1099 or whatever the case may be? Was it under the table money, or was it with government oversight money? Oh, that's a good point, Snarky. He was probably staying home with the baby because he wasn't working, so he was spending a lot more time with the baby. That does make a lot of sense. Hey, Native, good to see you. That does make a lot of sense. So, yeah, it could be that as well. And I mean, if he is staying home with the baby because he's not working and he's stressed out about this payday he's about to get, or possibly not get, or running out of money because it's about to be over, all of that makes sense. Quickly, Sandra said, I don't believe that has anything to do with this. He just has an evil spirit and needs to be locked up forever, never to be released. He should have been from the beginning, in my opinion. Yep. Exactly, Teresa. Exactly. All right. So the article reads, officials in California continue to search for the remains of Emmanuel Haro, the 7-month-old child who has been missing for nearly 2 weeks after his parents were charged for his homicide, according to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. And again, that was from an hour ago. So I'm assuming that Emmanuel still has not been found up to this point. Emmanuel Haro was reported missing on August 14th at approximately 7:47 p.m. local time after his mother, quote, reported being attacked outside of a retail store on Yucaipa Boulevard, unquote, the sheriff's office said in a statement on August 15th. During the investigation into Emmanuel's disappearance, officials said they could not, quote, rule out foul play, unquote, as his mother's statement contained inconsistencies. Under the photo, it reads, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department photo, Emmanuel Haro, a missing 7-month-old child, seen here in this undated photo released by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. I don't know how you could look at him or any child and think anything like that. The parents, 32-year-old Jake Mitchell Haro and 41-year-old Rebecca Renee Haro, were arrested at their residence in Cabazon for the homicide of Emmanuel, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said on Friday. The two have been charged with felony homicide with malice. Quote, based on the evidence, investigators determined a kidnapping in Yucaipa did not occur, unquote, the Sheriff's Department said in a statement on Friday. While the arrest, quote, mark a significant development in the case, unquote, Officials said, quote, our focus remains on finding Emmanuel, unquote. This says, I mean, it caught my eye. It says, mother charged with homicide of 3-year-old daughter after allegedly lying about child's abduction. Okay. I thought that could have told us about the abuse in Moreno Valley. I apologize. I got sidetracked. I'm going to have to look into that, though. The article continues, quote, it is believed Emmanuel is deceased and the search to recover his remains is ongoing, unquote, the sheriff's department said. On Sunday, officials conducted another search for the 7-month-old, quote, along the westbound shoulder of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley, unquote, with the father of the child and cadaver dogs accompanying detectives. The search concluded after, quote, Emmanuel was not located, unquote, authorities said. Quote, the circumstances surrounding the investigation are tragic, and we will continue to search for Emmanuel. I trust our justice system will hold the parents accountable, unquote, San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dickus said in a statement on Friday. Well, this is a problem for me because I think the justice system was trusted to hold him accountable for Carolina and everything that happened to her, and that didn't appear to have happened. Toot, toot, good to see you. Nice to meet you. I feel like while he had everyone out on a goose chase yesterday, someone was moving evidence. It's a possible speculation. Larry Holbert, good to see you, said promises injuries occurred before he went to court, so judge was aware of severe injuries. Oh, yeah, when he went to court for her homicide, yeah, and you think about the shady lawyer that he had, because that was the same lawyer he had for that case that we've seen out here running his mouth and just showing his entire ass. It was the same lawyer. What kind of deal did that lawyer get for him? Like, it was a deal with the devil. We talk about Stephen Stearns, that plea being a deal with the devil. That was a deal with the devil. And I mean, again, I hope the DA and everybody is freaking happy, because if they had done the proper thing when it came to Carolina, aka Promise, this would not have happened. Emmanuel also probably would have never been born, but at least he wouldn't have suffered and went through the life that he allegedly did, that we think he did up to this point. Matthew said, I wish we could all come together and make a class action suit to sue that incompetent judge and let him out the first time. I agree, and I know a lot of people are upset about it. I think they're going to I've heard that people are going to try to do something. Kalisa said, I think they dumped him out there, but unfortunately, a lot of the desert landscape looks similar, and they might just be a little ways off from where they put him. That's true, but I think the cadaver dogs would have located him. And if we talk about the fact that he could possibly be 9 or 10 months old, and they keep referring to him as 7 months old, if that's true, that would mean that, and if as we speculate, he possibly died when he was 7 months old, and that's why they keep saying 7 months old, then that would put him out there in the desert for 2 to 3 months. If he didn't bury him, or if he did bury him, regardless, cadaver, the coyotes, all kinds of animals could have gotten him and moved him. And I doubt that he buried him at all. With cadaver dogs not locating anything, I wonder, I don't know how far back they could smell, especially out there in the desert, and if they would smell other animals on top of the deceased remains of Emmanuel that were once there. Like, let's talk about it like, okay, he had been out there for 2 to 3 months. Jake took him out there and just set him down, and within an hour or two, an animal came up, picked the baby up in its mouth, and took the baby off. Okay, that's a horrible thing to think about, but that would not have left much of a scent trail. If they dragged the baby, it could have possibly been there, and then that would depend on if it's rained. There's a lot. Hey, Salty. Angelina said, doesn't anyone find it interesting that Jake's lawyer wasn't with him in this search? That's a good point. I wonder, he said he's representing him, so unless he said that he's not going to take the case. I heard it was pro bono, so maybe he decided not to take the case pro bono. But I'm thinking that Jake's talking to the police because the attorney told him to. Okay. Continuing with the article. Under the photo, it reads, Bernardino County Sheriff's Office photo. Jake Haro, 32, and Rebecca Haro, 41, were arrested on August 22nd for the homicide of their 7-month-old child, Emmanuel Haro, who has been missing since August 14th, according to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to go ahead and say, because I feel pretty confident that he's been missing since before the 14th of August. And you can clearly see that other black eye right there. I think that stress and tension was high in that house. And either them black eyes happened when baby Emmanuel was killed or something. I don't think they're fresh. I think she used makeup to cover up the other black eye. That one was bad. The one on with the purple under it, that was a pretty bad one. But I can't imagine being in that household. They take the baby, the 2-year-old, and then 4 days later they get arrested. What happened within those 4 days that the 2-year-old was gone? I mean, I couldn't imagine the fighting and arguing that happened. And he probably put his hands on her again. There would be tire tracks, footprints in the areas where the police are searching for baby Emmanuel, unless they got washed away or something, depending on how long it had been there. I would think. I could be wrong. Unless he's claiming he thinks she put him there and he's not 100% sure on the location. That's a good possibility, Hannah. Toot Toot said it's overlooked. I think it's overlooked with a baby that small. His bones are still growing and forming. So it's even a likelihood that an animal could consume entirely, especially if dismembered. That unfortunately, you've got a point. The lighter black eye was present on the first interview. Right, and it appears to be in that stage of healing. Yeah, it's been there for a while. Both of them. Continuing with the article, back when Emmanuel was originally reported missing, his mother told officials that, quote, while she stood outside her vehicle changing the child's diaper, she was physically assaulted by an unknown male and rendered unconscious, unquote, authorities said. When she woke up, the child was gone. The mother said at the time, according to officials. Once on the scene, scent tracking dogs were deployed, but the 7-month-old, quote, was not located, unquote, officials said. The sheriff's department interviewed, quote, multiple individuals, unquote, regarding the disappearance, including the child's parents. Since then, officials noted that have conducted, okay, I don't like the way they wrote this sentence. Since then, officials noted that have conducted, quote, extensive, unquote, searches in the area of Yucaipa and Cabazon and have also served, quote, several search warrants at the Haro home, unquote. That was just worded weird. Authorities also previously said they were reviewing a, quote, large amount of surveillance video, unquote, from the areas of interest. Remember, allegedly, she shut down talking to them when the police showed her video. And I'm thinking they showed her the video that we saw where she gets out of the car, falls down, and then gets right back up and right back in the car and takes off. Hey, Kate. The black eye looked like it was going to disappear, almost healed. Exactly, Anders. Well, Lori Ann, I'm thinking that she covered up one with makeup because, I mean, again, in this picture, that black eye is definitely not as prominent on that side right there as it is in the mugshot photo. You can barely see it. It does look like there is a little bit of a bruise under there, but I really think she covered it up with makeup. Now, the other eye appears to be a little bit worse, but it's definitely in a stage of healing. And I would think that she covered that one up a little bit more, the one that is not as bad, so she could say that somebody punched her in the eye, because it wouldn't make sense that they punched you in both eyes unless it was a domestic assault, which makes sense when we're talking about Jake. Mimi, hello and nice to meet you. I don't believe he took him to the right place. Without a body, he's probably hoping for lesser time. A lot of people have said that. I'm thinking that if he's taking them out there to search, he's already admitted to the homicide or saying that Rebecca did it. Now, he could be, if he's going to take them on a wild goose chase or not show them exactly where it's at, it could be because he said something like, well, the baby got SIDS, or Emmanuel just stopped breathing. Well, that's what it is. Stop breathing in the middle of the night, or we left him in the car by accident, or something like that. Some kind of accident happened and we tried to cover it up. But if they locate the body shows something different. That's where it could be that he's lying, because he's saying that, oh yeah, Emmanuel's dead. I'll show you where he's buried. But he died. His death was accidental. Whereas if they find the body, they would see that it's not accidental. So he could be taking them on a wild goose chase for that reason. Autumn, Rebecca's definitely brainwashed again, because she keeps saying that he would never hurt a baby. And Carolina begs to differ. I know Jake's the one with the history, but do we know when the Haros actually got together? I know they were married in 2021, but when did it all begin? I don't know. Larry, was he the director of the awfulness? Considering Carolina's injuries, I think so. Jake is trying to look like he's cooperating when he's really not. Yes, Teresa.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Okay. So under the photo, hold on. Since then, official noted. Okay. I apologize. Back to the article. In an interview with Los Angeles ABC station KABC prior to her arrest, Rebecca Haro described her son as a, quote, happy boy, unquote, and begged whoever has her son to, quote, give him back to me. The photo says, Rebecca Haro, mother of missing 7-month-old child, has had inconsistencies in her statement regarding the disappearance of her son, according to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. Quote, please don't hurt my son, unquote, she told KABC on August 16th. The father, Jake Haro, previously pled guilty to willful child cruelty to a child, or it's willful cruelty to a child, following a 2018 arrest, the KABC reported. Quote, whoever took our son, please bring him back, unquote, Jake Haro told KABC on August 16th. What they don't mention there is that he states, make sure you change she was changing his diaper. I hated the word diaper. Also, make sure you feed and change him. Those are going to be Freudian slips. Using words like she was changing his diaper, he appears to come off more compassionate, I don't know, like more caring towards the child, using words like diaper. That's something that you would say to your toddler. Something I said to my toddlers, they're running around and they got a dirty diaper. Come here, baby, I got to change your diaper. We got to change your diaper and get you sippy sip so we can have some lunch. Things like that. That's not something that you say to a news station when you're talking about what happened when your child was allegedly reported as stolen, kidnapped, etc. It's not a term you would use, diaper. She refers to him past tense. So does the sister that came out, the aunt, also said we loved him very much. She says he was a happy child. He was healthy. I'm referring to Rebecca. And then he says things like, make sure you change and feed him. I'm wondering if that's something that was neglected. They did not change and feed him. Jesse Wells, I don't know about that. Right, that missing flyer poster. I apologize. I'm going to come back to you in a minute, Jesse. The missing flyer for the kids, it said missing kid. And then it had a picture of him. It didn't tell me that he was cross-eyed. It didn't tell me what color his hair, what color his eyes were, what he was last seen wearing. It didn't give me the tip line for the sheriff's office. I have never seen such a disgraceful missing child photos. Jesse Wells, he said it's something that Spanish families say. I've heard, multiple cultures say that across the board. I don't think it's relative to that. Now, when we did discuss things like that, the term, when she said, I woke up on the floor, instead of I woke up on the ground, we talked about previously in another live, how it could be like maybe people have referenced things like that. It would depend on if English is your first language and things like that. But I don't think that that's the case here. I think that they're just lying, as we know. And the stories are inconsistent and just don't correlate because they're lying and, they're not the brightest crayons in the box, if you ask me. because I've said things like that. Like I just referenced talking to my daughter when she was little. Did you see their response to first seeing it? It says missing. He's not missing. The poster, yeah, it says missing kid, and he wasn't missing. He was kidnapped. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Back to the article. Rebecca Haro is currently held at the Robert Presley Detention Center, while Jake Haro is being held at the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility, according to jail records. Again, if you have ever been to jail, it is very easy to pass a note through trustees or different things. And they want to make sure that these two Satan's disciples have no communication with each other whatsoever. They're not even going to risk it. They're going to separate them 100% because he has got some kind of control over her, and we need to break that. And she needs to realize that he's throwing her under the bus. I really wish I knew, because, you know, in jail, they have a video. They have a TV. So I'm sure she saw on the TV that he's taking the police out to a field. That's been reported on the news. And I would love to know what her reaction was to that, or if the news crews have been out there to talk to her since that happened. I wonder, I bet you she would start talking if she knew that, if she doesn't already. Okay. Both are currently held without bail, the sheriff's office said. Officials said anyone who may have information relating to the case should contact the homicide detail at 909-890-4904. Jake Haro's attorney did not immediately respond to ABC News' request for comment. It is unclear whether Rebecca Haro has an attorney who can speak on her behalf. Now, when we talk about Rebecca being interviewed by the news station at the jail, she said she had a lawyer, but they would have had to sought permission from the lawyer to speak to her first, I do believe. And he probably would have told her not to be speaking to the news media. So I don't think that she has a lawyer, if I'm telling you my speculation. Mimi, I think she is clearly a victim of domestic violence. But again, to what extent? Like I said, I've unfortunately, there's a lot of people who have been victims of domestic violence, and I'm not going to sit there and watch you lay a hand on my child. I will die fighting first. Jennifer, thank you so much for becoming a member. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate that. I am going to grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much. Somebody asked to come up a while back, and I dropped the link. If you came up and I didn't see you, I do apologize. They may have taken him out to the, quote, site, unquote, knowing the media would pick it up and she would see it, hoping that would make her turn on him. Good point, Miss Honeybee. Thinking playing chess instead of checkers. That's a good thought process, possibly. I mean, they went right on the side of a highway, and the police released a statement, as a matter of fact, stating that there was, don't let me not misquote. Hold on. They released a statement 19 hours ago at this point that says August 24th of 2025, which was yesterday. This afternoon, a search for Emmanuel Haro was conducted along the westbound shoulder of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley. Investigators were assisted by cadaver dogs. Jake Haro was at the location with detectives. The search has concluded and Emmanuel was not located. The investigation to find Emmanuel continues. So they definitely are releasing updates and information for the press. So maybe that is the intention, because if she knows that, she's going to start talking, I think. Hey, Norma. Where is it? Matthew said that missing poster wasn't worthy of an animal, pet, nor livestock. I agree. They may have taken him out to the site knowing the media. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that. Inquiring about cameras, told no, but see one across the street. Wow, that parking spot. Good question, Larry. I thought she was used to see that white light, which you would see when you are thoroughly punched. I'm wondering if the white is that hoodie, because he was wearing that hoodie in damn 95-degree weather. We looked up the weather in the area that day. It was 95 degrees. You don't have to be sorry, Dandy. Neither is telling on each other. Emmanuel still hasn't been found. You're right. Absolutely agree. Touch mine and you got to go. Exactly. Well, they're charged with homicide, so I would think indefinitely. We had, well, until they go to court, they get a fair and speedy trial, right? But we have taken cases to court that did not have a body. So, Harmony Montgomery, for example. Tutu kind of thinks she could be the ringleader in this big age gap, but seems like she's taken on fairy tale all her own. It's possible. But if he wasn't put there, she will know he hasn't told the truth. That's true, Lisa. That's true. Hey, you were gifted a membership. I wanted to tell you the next time I saw you. I wonder if their cell records show either one of them being there. Well, yeah, we pulled up the records. I pulled up Jake's that said that he had been moved. Let me read the last part of this, and then we'll jump over there. The next court appearance for the parents is scheduled for Tuesday at 8 a.m. according to jail records. So they should have a feed of that somewhere. So maybe we can watch that on the live stream. That's good to know. So yeah, you asked about the cell records. They do show that they are there because I pulled these up the other day. This is for, hold on. I got a baby pterodactyl in there. Rebecca Renee Haro is at the Robert Presley Detention Center. Now, this was right after they were arrested and charged with homicide with malice. And then Jake's was on here somewhere, but I don't. It showed his as well, so they are there. This was interesting. This shows all of the calls that came from their address from 2020 to 2025. So start April 12th of 2020, July 20th of 2020. 6 days later, they were called again. And then about 6 weeks later, they were called again. They went out twice. No, 2 different people went out at 1:10 p.m. on that day. November 16th of 2020, 2 different people went out, or 2 different reports were made. December 22nd of 2020, May 6th of 2021. That's going to be the unattended death. That means that somebody died that was outside of the presence of a doctor, and that's going to be the brother that died in the house. And then July 13th of 2022, they went out at 2 different times. They went out the first time at the 20 hour. I'm sorry, I'm not good with military time. And then 2 hours later, they went out again. That's interesting. So that sounds like it could be domestic to me. They're fighting, and then 2 hours later, they have to call again. They went out 3 days after that at 1 o'clock. About a month later, they went out. 4 days after that, they went out again. And then, these are all for since Emmanuel had been missing. So they went the day he went missing. 4 days later, they went again. That might be when they took the 22-year-old. I apologize. And then there's several different times they went out on the 20th. They were saying that, but I was able to pull up his charges just a second ago. If I can find it again. Hold on. It shows it. If you go back to the beginning, it should show it. I've got to figure out. Let me pull it up so y'all can see what I'm looking at. I have to find the one that is not, yeah, it's this one. So if you go here, I'm going to show y'all how to do it. This is be careful, because if you go back over here, like all of these, if you click on them, they'll try to make you pay for it. Okay, but if we go over here, this is www.riversidesheriff.org. Okay, and you scroll down to inmate locator. Okay, now I'm going to stop sharing this for just a second, because sometimes it likes to put my information in. And we'll pull this back up now that I've got Jake's information in. So you can see I'm doing this right now in real time. Jake Haro, he's a male, search, and we get this booking number. So we're going to, you can't click on any of this. We're going to click on this. And it tells me that he is at the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility, which tells me that he has indeed been moved because he was at the Robert Presley Detention Center, and now he's at the Larry D. Smith Correctional. So this is, you know, current because, again, he's been moved, and he's still charged with homicide with malice. Booking type is protective custody, and he's in housing unit 17G1. You're welcome, Exit Drubber. I like your name. So she's ride or die for Jake, not so much for Emmanuel. And why? And why? How can you be like that? How can you not protect your child like that? So if we go over here, we can see a lot of things. We can just scroll through these wild, wild west streets of Facebook and X. There's the memorial for him, and I think that's the fence outside of the residence, which really warms my heart, how much the community came out and showed this baby love that probably had not been shown very much love before. My only concern is like the candles there with the stuffed animals. I would be worried about something catching on fire, but I love the display of affection here. They made that photo of him, which I think was precious, and they said, "Where's the baby?" outside. They've also did AI generated photos of him right here. I think that's sweet. Some people think it's weird, and some people think you shouldn't do that, but I think that's sweet. I do. I like to think of him as being up there with Jesus. A little cherub now. No more suffering, no more pain for him. It angers you, the AI, the photo, or the fact that he's deceased? I wish I could read that. Arrested mother stands by story in search for baby Haro. So this is 23 minutes ago. It says 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro remains missing and presumed deceased after his father was seen searching with authorities, and his mother is maintaining her innocence behind bars on Sunday. Both parents are suspected in the baby's disappearance. So we have this, it's pretty much probably going to be the same one that I read earlier, but it blocked me from being able to read it again. I think this is where they reported on it again, but we do appear to have a video on it. So as soon as this ad is over, I will play the video. It is titled, Arrested Mother Stands by Story in Search for Missing California Baby Emmanuel. And again, she's still saying that he was kidnapped, and she says she wants to be out there searching for him, though I don't recall her searching for him at all in the first place.
Developing news from the Inland Empire, where the search continues for 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, who is presumed dead. Investigators say the baby's parents faked his kidnapping. KTLA 5's Julian Smuckler live in San Bernardino with the very latest in this investigation. Good morning.
Good morning, Lou. Yeah, major developments in just the past 24 hours for that search for 7-month-old Emmanuel. Now, what we could tell you is that his father was spotted over the weekend searching for his body, while his mother gave her first jailhouse interview, maintaining her innocence and standing by her story, saying she's committed to finding her son. Now, Rebecca
committed to finding her son that was never kidnapped. Linda said the grandmother, her mom, never had seen the baby, not once. So we're talking about Mary Buhausen had never seen the baby, the one that came out here and said they would never hurt the baby. The one that's also the mother of a son who committed the homicide of his girlfriend. That one. Wow. Yep, we talked about that. I wish I could find when she was buying that carpet cleaner, Jennifer. She was also trying to wash a stroller, allegedly. They gave zero effort in the missing child flyer because they knew the truth. They were probably annoyed they even had to make one. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Exactly. I mean, and it just goes to show, I mean, just like them trying to go through what I think was the car wash that automatically washes your car for you, not even being smart enough to take it through one that doesn't have cameras on it that can, that where you do it yourself. I mean, they're just, I mean, their story fell apart from the beginning. They're not good criminals. Thank God for that, though, right? Boo said, has anyone seen pictures of her pregnant? I have not. If standing by your man was a person, I mean, if idiocracy was a person. Hey, Stone Street, crusted diamonds. You think so? Well, you know, to be fair, Summer Wells is still missing. So I think they did better if they had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. I'm not sure about that. A lot of people, I think that if parents are involved in the disappearance of their children, that the police pick up on it relatively quickly, as we've seen in this case. You can see the resentment in the actual flyer, the I don't give a fuck way they wrote it. Exactly. Like they never cared for this baby. There's signs of it everywhere. Just writing their phone number, missing kid, no description of the baby, no description of what he was last wearing, where he was last seen, no, you know, calling a tip to the sheriff's office. They didn't use the baby stroller wash doll. Or, I mean, take it in the backyard. Hell, you've already got blood on the carpet and in the house. Wash it at the house. Yeah, they're not. But let us thank God for that. You think you know what happened to Summer, Leslie? I wish I knew.
And Jake Haro, they were arrested at their home in Cabazon on Friday on suspicion of murder with malice. They arrested the couple 8 days after the baby's mother reported that Emmanuel had been stolen from her, all while she was changing his diaper in the parking lot of a Big Five. But in a jailhouse interview with a Southern California News Group reporter yesterday, she maintained her innocence despite law enforcement accusing the couple of killing their son. She reportedly said she isn't giving up on her baby and that she wished she were out searching for him.
Ma'am.
You can't make this shit up.
You can't make this shit up. Inconsistencies from the beginning. When we first heard about baby Emmanuel missing, we also heard that they could not rule out foul play. Stop it. Stop it. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. She is definitely Delulu. I need to get that clip too. Delulu. But nope. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. He does. I don't know if you're behind, but he does. She been gone. Hold on.
She been gone.
She been gone in the head. I don't think she ever was there. She been gone. If she had a lawyer, that person would tell her not to do interviews, right? That's why I think they are saying allegedly she has an attorney. He would have told her not to talk to the public. No birth certificate that we know of. Wendy said Orson and Oren, weren't they first named Classic and Sincere? Because I keep wanting to reference them as Classic and Sincere because I think that was their name before they were renamed. They said Orson and Oren West are still missing, and they were not toddlers or babies. 2 boys and nothing found about either of them. But the parents, the adopted parents, were charged, right? It is what it is. I like that. I like your name. Quiet as a mouse when she was at home, but can't shut her ass up now that she's in jail. Exactly. Kate said must have been cheap and nasty carpet cleaner because it didn't work, thankfully. So the police found the blood. I don't know that you could clean it up. I think they would have still found it no matter what. But yeah, again, trying to take a baby stroller in the back of your vehicle through an automatic car wash and then, you know, drawing attention to that because the person who owns the car wash has to tell you you can't do that because it could break the equipment. It tells me everything I need to know.
She also allegedly shook her head when asked about rumors that days before she reported the kidnapping, she went to the Big Five, told employees that her car was burglarized, and asked whether the business had surveillance cameras.
And again, if we're talking about, you know, the criminal mindset, why would you do that? Like, that just is suspicious AF. And that's how you get what's going on now. Definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed, the brightest crayons in the box. They got a couple screws loose. I think that Jake could have seen her as very easily manipulatable because of the cognitive decline, allegedly speculating. Ain't nobody. Hold on.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for her bullshit lies. And when you see your man has flipped on you, I want to hear what you got to say then. Jake sending law enforcement on a wild goose chase to locate the body. Meanwhile, she's saying he was kidnapped. They're dumb. Really, really dumb. Aunt lied on the video and then later deleted. Yes, she did. And she also referred to him as past tense, saying that we loved him. What does she know? Have police talked to her? I'd like to know.
Now, her husband, Jake, also made headlines over the weekend. He was spotted wearing an orange jumpsuit yesterday looking for his missing baby. He was searching a remote area in Moreno Valley with detectives. It is still unclear what led them there, given it's about 10 miles south of where Emmanuel was first reported missing. But after an hours-long search yesterday, investigators say Emmanuel's body still has not been found. Now, the couple is standing by their story of what exactly happened to their baby, and they're expected to make their first court appearance tomorrow at the Riverside Hall of Justice. Back out here live, we are still waiting to find out if there's going to be another search today and where investigators are focusing on. Of course, very little details behind the scenes as to why they were searching that area just yesterday. Also, a lot of people are wondering, why is Rebecca not involved in the search? So we are still here outside the sheriff's office pressing to get some of those answers for you. And the moment we do, we will let you know. But reporting live from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, Jillian Smuckler, KTLA 5 News.
She's not saying anything because she still insists that he was kidnapped. Okay. So it was unclear what led investigators to search for the location of Emmanuel's body. I didn't want to read what we've already read. Officials have also said the Haro's 2-year-old has been removed from their custody and that Jake Haro had a previous felony conviction for willful child cruelty. On Sunday, Jake Haro, wearing a bright-colored jail jumpsuit, was seen in Moreno Valley. Again, remember, Moreno Valley is where the alleged child abuse reports came from on Thursday that the police said directly involved the Haros. He was seen in Moreno Valley, the same area, again, reiterating, assisting the sheriff's department's detectives as they searched the remote stretch of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road for the child's remains. Meanwhile, Emmanuel's mother is standing by her story. Despite being accused of homicide in the case, she told a group of reporters on Sunday she isn't giving up on her baby and that she wishes she was out searching for him. Rebecca Haro also shook her head when asked about rumors that she went to the Big Five days before the reported kidnapping and told employees that her car had been burglarized and asked whether the business had surveillance cameras. The Press Enterprise reported investigators have not commented on the claims. Hold on just a minute. I'm going to try to continue reading that. My headphones are dying. So I've got to get them plugged up real quick or I'm not going to be able to hear. Okay. A vigil for baby Emmanuel was held in Cabazon after the shocking arrest on Friday. I'm hurt by it, because I wanted to believe the baby is alive, said one woman that was at the vigil. I'm plugging it up. Okay. Hopefully it'll charge while I'm talking to y'all. Jake and Rebecca Haro are expected to make their first court appearance on Tuesday. And I'm going to cover that. Granted that it's aired on TV and I'm able to find it, which I'm sure I will be. All right, back over here. They talk about where he's out there searching. I really think that is just precious. I really do. Also, mom and dad must have hidden baby stuff when Jake's probation officer came by, or the officer didn't report he was living with a baby. I mean, I think that they just didn't report it, which also makes me very upset. You know what he's on probation for, because they had the 2-year-old. I don't think they hid the 2-year-old and the baby, but from what I understand, they got rid of any kind of evidence that Emmanuel had ever been alive, which tells me like they got rid of all his photos, all of his baby clothes. I mean, I don't think they ever cared about him at all. I don't. This talks about the child abuse. So it says Rebecca and Jake Haro, the parents of 7-month-old Emmanuel, have been arrested on suspicion of homicide. Detectives say Rebecca's story of being attacked outside of a Ukaipa Big Five and her baby being kidnapped quickly fell apart. Investigators now say Emmanuel is presumed deceased. Meanwhile, Riverside County Sheriff's deputies confirmed they responded to a child abuse call in Moreno Valley at a home tied to the Haros just one day before the arrest. And that made me think, did the 2-year-old talk? Did the 2-year-old show signs of having broken bones that were in different stages of healing? All of that, I wonder if it's correlated to her. Cracker Jacks, good to see you. It's very upsetting that all these children, where there was a major red flags, were never properly monitored by Child Protective Services or received. People say nothing, sadly. Heads down, don't see. Right, you got this case, but then you also look at the case of Rebecca Baptiste, where there was 12 calls made from the school, allegations of sexual abuse, all kinds of things. And the CPS workers said that only one of those calls qualified for an investigation. They were living in a yurt in the Arizona desert with no electricity, no refrigerator for the children's food, no electricity. Again, I'm a proponent for off-grid living, but you can't be off-grid with small children around, children of any age. If you want to do that as an adult, that's on you, but you got to have a way to cool them babies down. You got to have food, all of the things. She's jumping out of 2-story windows. There's allegations of sexual abuse. She's been hit with the belt, like the buckle side of the belt. And CPS only saw one time out of the 12 reports that they could actually investigate and still put her right back there. They found her deceased in a wash after the parents said she had run away. Her toenails were removed. So, I mean, it just depends, I guess, but it's these parents need to stop. I think we will. Native Girl said, I wonder if Rebecca had too many bruises to go to the hospital to give birth because it would alarm authorities, or maybe the state of the baby she knew she was carrying. So again, meanwhile, Riverside County Sheriff's Department confirmed they responded to a child abuse call in Moreno Valley at a home tied to the Haros just one day before the arrest. That investigation is still ongoing. Jake Haro already has a 2018 conviction for child cruelty, raising even more questions about what really happened to baby Emmanuel. Whoa, y'all. This just popped up. We need to talk about this real quick. If it'll load. We need to sidebar real quick. A 13-year-old boy died after eating uncooked instant noodles, sparking public health concern. So, you know, the ramen noodles, the kids eat them like raw. My kids have done it. They'll put honey on it and eat it raw and things. Like, I think it's weird, but I never saw an issue with it. It says a 13-year-old boy has reportedly died after eating 3 packs of uncooked instant noodles. Well, that's a lot. The unidentified teen from Cairo in Egypt suddenly began feeling unwell about half an hour after consuming the dry noodles, but according to local media reports, but shortly after complaining of symptoms including severe abdominal pain, sweating, and vomiting, he passed away. The shopkeeper who sold all 3 packs of the instant noodles was initially questioned following the boy's death over concerns the products may not have met safety standards. was trying to see if it would. But the testing of the product and an autopsy found that he had not been poisoned. It was reportedly later confirmed that the death was instead caused by either acute intestinal problems or digestive obstruction from eating a large quantity of raw noodles. The case has since sparked debate locally over stricter protocols on processed foods and the additives they contain, local media sites said. Interesting. Be careful, watch your children if they're eating them ramen noodles. I don't usually, my children, we grow stuff. I'm very much an organic person, but I also don't have a whole lot of money. So sometimes I do buy the ramen noodles, and sometimes my kids will eat them raw and they'll put honey on them. I don't know why. I never saw a problem with it, but they also, I don't think, would eat it 3 packs. I'm thinking because it expanded in his stomach and blocked his intestines. I'm guessing. It's really sad. Sorry, I wanted to share that with y'all because I'm sure, like me, a lot of people have kids that do that. Authorities need to put pressure on the family. They know more than they're saying, especially after what Jake did to Promise. How could any family member continue to stand by his side? Great question. There's no way that he could have, right? There's no way that he could have all of them brainwashed like that. And the aunt, again, using past tense in her since deleted interview. What is this? The desperate search for missing 7-month-old Emmanuel has taken a shocking turn as investigators confirm that both parents, Rebecca and Jake, have been arrested and are now considered prime suspects. Well, I don't know. They're pointing to areas that they searched, probably. Jake were charged. Here's photos of them out there in the area again. They all appear, I mean, they're going to be looking down at the ground, but it's just such a wide area. Like, I don't know what he did. Did he go out there and say that, you know, I just threw the baby out or placed him? Like, I don't know. I would think you would know a general idea of where the baby would be. You're not supposed to put them in the microwave. Also, it's on the packaging. Everyone I know cooks them in the microwave. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Sandra. Hey, Zan. The aunt was super suspicious in her interview. You could tell she didn't believe her own words. Exactly. Yes, ma'am. That's Hector. That's the brother that died in the house. There's photos of the baby. Yeah. I would love for Rebecca to explain this shit to me after saying he would never hurt a baby. Stop it. This afternoon, the search for Emmanuel was conducted. All right, we're going to jump over to X, and then you can watch what on the homie said. I'm going to try to grab it from Hidden True Crime. He did an interview with her, and I wanted to talk to y'all about that for a little bit. I saw that SF had put out some more stuff, so I wanted to see what he had said. Okay, he said, I tweeted, so this goes back to the information I showed yesterday, thinking that the baby was found. Now, mom was only up for 20 minutes, and I had shared his post because I trust him, but it had been incorrect. He says, I tweeted incorrect information in the Emmanuel Haro case that I heard from someone that I had worked with in the past. That information appears to be incorrect. I sincerely apologize. I will stick to only publishing my own information, and I take full responsibility for that mistake in judgment. It says, if the court had not allowed the system to be manipulated, as it often is, Jake Haro would have been incarcerated and unable to commit the homicide of Emmanuel if he is guilty as charged. Jake was arrested by the Hemet Police Department for felony child cruelty on October 12th. During those proceedings, Jake Haro, through his attorney Hughes, was granted 16 continuances. 16! The case dragged on for 611 days, not including the 3 years it took just to file charges. And after all that, Jake received 1 day in jail and 179 days of work release. And then he said, we will be reviewing workers' compensation records to determine whether he even worked during that period. He violated his felony probation. Since the arrest for violating probation, he's been granted 5 more continuances, delaying accountability for more than 410 days and counting. Had those continuances not been granted, he would have been in prison, not free to commit the homicide of Emmanuel. That's 21 continuances in total. This case began on October 12th of 2018 and has still not been resolved nearly 7 years later. Is justice delayed, not justice denied? My goodness. And what started all of this, Jake Haro tortured his daughter, beating her so severely that now she lives with permanent brain damage, functioning at only 3% capacity. A criminal protective order was issued on her behalf against her own father. Imagine being such a monster that one of your children needs a protective order to stay alive. And another, according to law enforcement, has been homicided at your hands. Now imagine the justice system granting more than 21 continuances, allowing its cases to stall for nearly a decade. The docket reflects that the DA's office did not object to any of these continuances. I wish I lived out there. I'd go out there and protest in front of his damn office. This is stupid. This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. But we got people getting arrested for smoking a joint. The court granted a child abuser who left his child severely brain damaged 21 continuances and still hasn't served justice nearly 7 years later. The court now bears the shame of Emmanuel's death, not because of what it did, but because of what it allowed. In its systematic failure to deliver punishment, it delivered Emmanuel Haro to his death at the hands of a man who should have never been free.
Boom, 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 bam.
I don't think my headphones are working. Oh my God. Belinda said, do you think he does this to try to get disability for the kids but went overboard with Emmanuel and he passed away? I don't know. I don't know that he's ever gotten disability for the kids. It's a fair question. I don't know if he would have gotten disability for him though. I don't think it would. You could correlate it with the worker comp claims, but no, I think he just is aggravated and needs to be in control of everything, and he couldn't control the babies crying. And so, these things happen. I don't think that's the case. I think that would be more like the Austin Drummond case where we think he is a confidential informant. Hey, all I need is Jesus. Red Rose said, I've known some narcissist and psychopathic women that had a kid with one man and didn't do nothing to the kid, but was different with the kid with a different man. She beat the kid with her husband. Some people are. It depends on if they don't, connect with the baby like they should. And I don't think they connected with him. I don't think either one of them connected with him like they should. I think they resented him for some reason. All right, what is this? Oh yeah, it shows continuances is 16 days, age and days 611, and I have those documents on my Patreon if you guys want to see it. It's the 17-page document where he hurt Promise. Wow. So SF said 20 hours ago, I don't want to get ahead of myself again, but detectives don't just take inmates on searches. There's definitely more to it. They shared this. Several others are also reporting a confession and the body being found. Hard to tell if Jake's really trying to help or just playing games. The search location is not far from the family's home. Personally, I believe the body will be found on or very near the property, closer than today's search. At least we know one parent is talking. He might be talking shit, but he's talking. And then there is the relation from Cabazon, which is where they live, to the Moreno Valley, where they were just searching. I think the baby could still be in that house. Oh, really? Thank you, Cara. I'll have to, if I'm still live, we'll watch it. The whole story about driving there, packing up the baby after 7 p.m. Really? Wouldn't a 7-month-old be in bed already? Usually, but to be fair, they were at another child's football game. Cara, send me the link, please. Hold on. Here are a couple areas on Jake and Rebecca Haro's property that I would like to see cadaver dogs inspect. Yep, there's a... That could be where he's located. There's a close-up of that. Because it's not got the brush growing over it like all the rest of the area does. And that is weird. And then there's that one. It appeared like there appears to be paths going to it and away from it. I wonder what that's about. And if you see the rocks here, there's nothing under it. But up here where there's more rocks, there's brush and grass growing around it. Okay, thank you. I'll pull it up. That's interesting. I think that he's going to be located closer to the property than anyone believes. And do you guys remember at the beginning when they talked about he could possibly be in some type of drain pipe or something? That's interesting. I think he's going to be found real close to that house too, if not in that house. Excuse me. Oh, on the Tira. Let's go to on the Tira and watch that until the Decker live stream. Defense and family maintenance of the person responsible for unaliving Stearns and or Soto. I hope it becomes a trend for these types of cases. See, as in Tina, prison justice coming. I hope so. Thank you, Hannah. I'm going to grab that and pull it up. Yeah, I forgot about the drain pipe too, but supposedly there was something said about it in the beginning, and I'm wondering again if that's going to give us answers we're seeking. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Let me get it pulled up. So, Hidden True Crime had an interview with the homie. And hopefully they won't get upset. I'm going to drop the link and we can hear what he has to say because, okay, Zan, it's supposed to be in like about 25 minutes. Yeah, Travis Decker, they closed off the area to search for him. And that was happening. It's supposed to happen today. Something to that effect. So it'll be interesting. I'm wondering if they finally found him. So we'll definitely stay and watch that. Sandra said law enforcement searched the drain pipe the day they were arrested. Okay. Well, maybe it's some other kind of pipe. I'm not sure. All right. This is Hidden True Crime. I did drop their link. I'm going to pin it. And she interviewed the homie or the Tira. And we can hear what he has to say. about everything because he's talked to people in the area, and I'm going to work on getting my headphones fixed. I wonder why the dogs can't catch a scent as well. It's a good question. All his photos can be used as ads for infant PTSD. Not one photo him smiling. Yeah, it's true.
Jake might actually be helping with the search for Emmanuel, so it seems. And I'll tell you, today, I was flying back, by the way. I was out of town, flying on a plane, searching updates, seeing that you were saying possibly that Emmanuel had been found. Then I'm hearing Vinny possibly from Court TV saying possibly Emmanuel is found. I'm seeing videos of law enforcement with Jake Haro, the baby's father. And there was so much happening and so much going on. I actually reached out to you and I said, Ahmed, will you come on tonight just to tell us what you are seeing on the scene, what we know, what we don't know? There's so much confusion, and what we want the real-time details. And I realize that maybe there's some tips that you're receiving that aren't fact, and maybe there's some facts out there and some speculation. Just give it to us, and just let us know what might still be unfounded, what maybe.
I'm pausing it real quick to fix my headphones. I've heard they are very funny about other people using their content. Okay. Well, I'm going to fair use it in just a second.
Is speculation? What is fact? What are you seeing right now as a boots on the ground reporter out there?
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for the warm introduction and the welcome, and to all your followers as well. My name is Ahmed Belloso. I'm the owner and CEO, executive branch of On the Tira. And I have been the K-Swiss on the ground, or as we like to call it. So let's make the first correction. It is K-Swiss have entered the chat. So let's start there.
K-Swiss has entered the chat.
I don't wear boots.
Okay, I've got my headphones on now. Little homie's all over it, and he knows a lot. I'm not going to play all of her audio either. We're going to listen to this until the Travis Decker live. I am going to jump over here and pin her link. This is Hidden True Crime, not my content. She is the one who got the interview with the homie, and I do appreciate her for that. So I'm going to pin her link. Definitely go check her out, like and subscribe if you have not. And thank you guys. There it is. All right. Let's see what he told her.
Not yet. So anyhow, no, but in all seriousness, moving forward with this case involving this little boy, Emmanuel, I just found out today, possibly his birthday month, and that he might possibly be 9 months old today. So
really?
That's And so that's breaking news that we've uncovered, because nobody really knows his real birth age. He's been 7 months for who knows how long. And nobody seems to have seen him in the timeline that we have gathered through the information of our constituents and the community and social media. I mean, we get a lot of messages, we get a lot of leads. And sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming to sit there and try to decipher which one, as you said, which one pans out and which one doesn't. And then, I might say things that sometimes ain't all the way accurate. And I'm chasing my own tail here. So, sometimes you got to give me a little bit of slack here. It's not like I have an editing team, and it's not like I have 50 messages in 50 minutes, and I'm trying to get to all of them. So it's very, very, very overwhelming for me. And so thank goodness that I have my beautiful HR, which is my girl. And so when you see me, you see her. You just don't see her. You know what I'm saying?
So did he say that they did have a date of birth as being in December? If he was born in December, he would be 9 or 8, almost 9 months old now. Even born in December, he would be almost 9 months old now. So again, why are they saying 7 months old unless he died when he was 7 months old? I don't know. I don't think he's on YouTube. I think he's just on TikTok. But it's the Tira it's on ONTHE Tira, TIRA. If you search on that on TikTok, you will find him. I've seen it in chat. I would like to know where he got that information from. Jake should have never been out of prison ever. Yep, on the Tira. And this, I'm watching it on Hidden True Crime, which I did pin her link at the top.
But she's there.
Yes.
And so it is both of us. I want to give you guys some tips of some of the leads that I find to be just a little bit questionable. So as I said, he might be 9 months old today, but I can't verify that because we have been looking for his birth certificate or some sort of information, but I just can't find where he was born. I don't know anything. Now, the timeline of Jake's incarceration comes into play for me. Now, I know that he did do a little bit of time a few months back. I don't know exactly what, because there's so many calls, there's so many logs, there's so many, like, that home was under a lot of scrutiny when it comes down, because I even posted the call logs for the past few months, and it was like domestic violence, and, you know, it's just so much. You can go back on my...
And we looked at that earlier. I'll pull it back up again to refresh your memory. Somebody said that he says later in the interview that they haven't seen the birth certificate specifically, so it would be just speculation at this point. But I'm assuming if he's heard it, it's come from a trusted source. When he talks about the call log, this is what he's referencing, which from my understanding was gotten from SF Investigates. And again, it talks about all the different codes, domestic violence, all the things, which I don't think is a surprise to anybody to know that there was domestic violence going on at that house, unfortunately.
Feed, and if you really want to go, you know, it's a lot, but it ain't that far back. We've only been investigating this for 7 days or 9 days, excuse me. So it's not like you have to go 10 months back to try to figure out what I'm trying to tell you. So one of my questions right now is Jake's incarceration. So how do we even know this is Jake's baby? Do we even have DNA yet? Now, her brother, Jake's brother, just passed away on the 13th, or they buried him on the 13th. He died, I think, on, like, maybe very similar. I keep saying the third. And I'm not no psychic. I ain't no medium. I don't play that. But I'm just saying, like, my leads all lead me to the somewhere around the 3rd. That's as far back as I could get that I know definitively that she had that black eye. To the 3rd, right? And we haven't presented the evidence yet because we have video footage from the Waterman Discount Mall and the owner of the facility inside of the Waterman Discount Mall. And I don't know, for those of you who don't know what the Waterman Discount Mall is, picture...
I can decipher them. We can look up each individual code. Do y'all want to do that right now, or do you want to continue watching this? Let me know. Because I can decipher it and we can talk about it tomorrow, or I can decipher it now in real time with you guys and we can talk about that right now. Just let me know. And I'm pulling up where the news feed is supposed to be for the Decker update. Christine said there was a recording from a lady in the parking lot. Becca confirmed baby Emmanuel was born in December. Interesting. Hey, Alley Cats. Have they searched the grandmother's home? Good question. I'm hoping they did, but we talk about how they left the residence and the trash on the ground and things like that. Hell, I don't know. Allegedly December 21st. Yep. You want to continue, Jonathan? Okay, we'll continue with this. I'll decipher the nature of the calls and put it out in a post, and we'll talk about it.
An indoor swap meet, you know,
tomorrow.
A rancho style mall, a lot of vendors inside, different products and whatever. And so it's one of those strip mall type buildings.
Not that I'm aware of.
There's a shop. I don't want to say what kind of shop it is yet because obviously their investigation is ongoing. And the owner of that shop has relied on me to not disclose his information. He doesn't care that the cops, because he knew the cops were going to get at him, because he got at the cops first. But the cops don't always answer everything in real time. Maybe not as fast as I do, because I don't know.
That's true.
But anyhow,
we're looking for you. Exactly. And that's why.
Well, I built this rapport with the community that sometimes they don't want to get involved, and I'm already in the thick of it. And so they rather just give it to me. And I'm very reliable when it comes to keeping my sources confidential. And not even the police know who my sources are, unless my source tells me, hey, yeah, go ahead. And that's on you. So I don't get involved in none of the legal beagle stuff. I'm just a reporter.
Right.
That's it. I don't get involved with none of that. So let's just make that clear. But going back to Jake and his incarceration, his brother comes into play, and then it makes me wonder, like, how do I even know this is Jake's kid? How do I know that the brother, or like, how do I know this is some sort of, this dude has a violent past already, the brother. He has a kid from previous marriage that has mental permanent brain damage because of something that Jake did that happened while in his custody. But then we've also found out that 8 years prior, he was with a woman at a Walmart, and we haven't found out which Walmart it is just yet.
Okay.
But so there's an incident now coming out of Moreno Valley that he might be tied into some kind of violence there. I don't know if somebody pressed additional charges on him. I haven't been able to fact check those, but I know that there is some sort of investigation leading back to like just this week. So he got new charges out of Moreno Valley just like a couple days ago.
And I'm thinking that could be the child abuse charges. Red Rose said, and some people believe he was shook. I still believe a lot more happened to that child than just being shook, as some people believe. It's believed he's beaten and tortured. If we talk about, again, Carolina, a.k.a. Promise, remember the doctor report said that she showed signs of rapid acceleration, deceleration, head trauma, and her ribs being broken appeared to be from somebody squeezing. A twisting motion was done to her leg. So again, I mean, he's known for shaking the baby, hitting her head against the head wall or something to that effect, possibly while he was shaking her, squeezing her ribs, possibly again while he was shaking her. He's got a temper. And I couldn't imagine what those children suffered at his hands. Yoli, good to see you, said live 50-pound bucket, ropes, and shovels according to Home Depot receipts. If you've got those receipts, please email them to me. That's an interesting information there. I have not heard that. I like the way he tones down his accent when he has to talk seriously. I seen a video today where a reporter said that the grandmother has been cleared with police after a search of her home. Thank you. If you know where that's at, please let me know.
Really? So like they're adding charges to him, and so I don't know who tacked these charges on, but they are in the same manner of child cruelty. But he does have another child. I don't know if it was a male or female, but it was a female. He had a child with another woman at the Walmart, and there's a family that worked there, a mother, a daughter, and a son, and they all worked at the Walmart, and they all messaged me and said Jake had another kid 8 years ago, and they co-parented for a little bit, and it didn't work out. But in one of the instances when the child was in Jake's custody, it developed permanent brain damage as well, and that's 8 years ago. So he has 2 children right now with permanent disabilities caused by the first one. No police charges were ever filed because nobody ever thought that she didn't know what happened to her kid. So, and these are not speculations. These are all already been like, it's all coming out of the soap, as I like to say, and
right.
And so
that's interesting because from what I understand, the first child had fetal, finally said it right, alcohol syndrome, which happens in the womb, and was born with fetal alcohol syndrome. And then the second one would have been Promise Rose, because those charges show from being about 7 or 8 years ago. So I don't know. I'd like to see some verification on that. I don't doubt him. I'm just confused because I think those statements have pretty much been made by news agencies or police, if I'm not mistaken.
Now we know that he has another child, an 8-year-old, that's incapacitated. And then we have a 2-year-old,
right? Promise Faith is the 8-year-old. Yeah.
So you heard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at least so then at least it's not.
We know about Promise Faith, but yeah, we didn't know about the other one.
So there's another. Okay, and you guys can all find that out, and I'm sure new developments will come out later with that. But so like as you can see, I'm piecing that together with this, and then I'm trying to figure out is this the Moreno Valley case? And then at the same time, now they're arrested, and we've been there since day 2. I never met Rebecca. I never seen Jake until today. I seen him today on the side of the freeway, off of the 60 westbound heading into Moreno Valley, coming in from Beaumont, where they had a major search and rescue operation with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department.
So I have shared, I appreciate it, Spencer. I've shared her link. I'm not going to play all of it. They're using it right now. And I'm adding to it by pulling up, the reports that we just looked at of when the officers have been to the house. I pinned her link, and in about 7 minutes, when they do the Decker interview, I'm going to hop over there. So you guys would have to finish watching it on her channel. So hopefully it'll be okay. I do like to reach out and get permission first, but this is kind of on the fly. I'll handle it as it comes, but hopefully it'll be okay. Jay said Rebecca isn't innocent, but you can clearly see she has some battered wife syndrome. And I do think that she has some battered wife syndrome. I really do. I think Jake likes to put his hands on everybody, honestly. But like I've said from the beginning, you could put your hands on me all day, okay? And that's going to be up to me to leave. But the minute you put your hand on my child, that's the minute that you done fucked up. Because absolutely not. You're not going to hurt my child in front of me. It's our instinct as a mother to protect our children. Milky Way says, I think he's saying it's 3 babies, mamas. First is Promise and her brother, then another child with a Walmart coworker, then the 2 with Rebecca. And I think we've talked about that before. I think that is correct. Because we have this one. Let me pull this up. We'll come right back to this. This baby mama, I think, is different than the one that okay, so from what I've understood, this is the first baby mama, and that could be the baby born with fetal alcohol syndrome, but I'm not sure. So there was a baby born here with the first wife because and the reason we know that is because she filed a restraining order on August 19th. And she put a restraining order on Jake to protect Eli Mitchell Haro, which I do believe is the baby in the photo. And then the wife that had Promise, and I think Promise had a brother, because the brother was named Jake Haro Jr., and they talk about renaming him and Carolina to Promise. So there was 2 children there because, again, the cousin adopted those, Promise and the little boy that was named after Jake, and renamed them. And then we've got Rebecca with the 2-year-old and Emmanuel, I do believe. So I think that is accurate information.
County Sheriff's Department.
And this is tonight. This is
today at about
today.
4. Today, okay. While you were on the airplane.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
While you were messaging me, I was out there, and we had gotten a call, and like I want to get to that part,
Okay.
I want to get to that part, but I want to fill your viewers in with all the clues that I've gotten. Like, I don't want to just give them the meat and potatoes. You know what I'm saying? So if you will allow me.
I know. Keep going. I allow you. Keep going. Yes.
Thank you. By the way, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we started this case on the 15th because I was getting a lot of messages on the 14th when it happened, but I get a lot of missing kids posts. I got a lot of missing people, especially with all the immigration things that are going on here in California. A lot of people are coming up short, and they're saying it to me because I have a vast audience, and so I'm getting all these messages. It's not uncommon for me to get a missing child. Is what I'm trying to say, right? I'm like the new milk carton on the Tira, right? And so I started getting this thing from this little boy, Emmanuel, and I'm not gonna lie, from the very first post that I seen of him, the case looked just entirely strange.
I wish he would.
Just from his image alone, I thought it was AI because his face looked, bless you, his face to me, and I'm not trying to be in any way disrespectful, but his face to me looked a little off, like maybe deformed or something, like he had been. And
update in about 4 minutes here. I'll actually give you a view of what I'm seeing. Crews setting up on the ground
Lord
out
have
there. This
mercy.
is
I'm
where they're
sorry.
expected to speak.
I was talking my Lordy mercy Jesus. I'm sorry. I was talking my darn mouth off. All right. I'm going to mute this. I said we're going to jump over here to
Once
this.
they come to the podium there, we will take you.
I'm going to turn it down. And it looked like they were giving a recap of the Decker situation. They're still getting ready for it. So we talked about extensively over here about Emmanuel's appearance, how his ears appeared to be lower. I have several pediatric nurses in our chat that have said that he appeared to have some kind of scar over his eyes, questions about neurological damage because of the eyes. I think, unfortunately, that Jake has hurt Emmanuel for most of that baby's life. They're talking about a different case, so we'll jump back over there in just a minute. I wanted to kind of recap you on Travis Decker real quick before they start.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but he looked like a little, he had features that just looked irregular to me. And so it caught my attention. I don't remember what I was doing that day because obviously I'm going through my own health issues. I'm fighting cancer right now myself, and I'm doing biopsies, and like I'm in my own health trip. So I might have been down that day on, medication, and I just really didn't pay attention to him. Honestly, I just didn't. So then the next day, I have my DMs are just flooded with people sending me this little boy, and now I was like, okay, now I'm paying attention. I must have felt better, and so HR and we go and we head over to Yucaipa to the Big Five because that's what I do. So we get over there and I meet Mary Van Housen. Rebecca wasn't there anymore, but there was already a group of people because they have like a makeshift memorial. They hadn't did no vigils or nothing like that yet. Like developments are still coming out. I had seen the reports where she's sitting there, and then the first thing that caught my eye was this Shiner entering the chat, and I said that Shiner's been there since that's an old Shiner. I've had Shiners myself, and I know that on day one you're like this. If not maybe day two you're like that, but on day one you definitely got a lot more going on than just
exactly. Yeah.
So that was my first red flag, and I'm not I'm not a crime investigator. This is very
and I'm wondering if her eye was swollen shut at one point.
My second case, I had a previous case before this where I tried to investigate. It was a cold case, kind of led me nowhere. And so I left it alone, and people really just wanted more information. I just couldn't provide anymore because not even the police had anything. So I didn't have nothing. So then when this case came in, I didn't think that I was going to turn national. Like, I really didn't think. I really thought that, maybe I never suspected it would be this way. But something threw me off with the grandmother too. Like I noticed the mother didn't cry. I noticed the father didn't cry. And then I noticed the grandmother didn't cry. And I noticed another woman next to her. And I'm like, who's this woman? And she said, oh, this is her other grandmother. So she had two grandmothers there and they both didn't cry. So I'm like, what?
I didn't know there was two grandmothers there. Interesting.
In Sam Hill is going on in Yucaipa. I mean, geez Louise. So, whatever. Like, I've never, like me personally, I've never lost a sibling. I've never lost, other than my father, but I barely knew him. So I never really experienced death other than my
Sandra.
But homeboys come a dime a dozen. So, especially on the Tira. But once you're gone, you're gone. I never.
What, it's crazy how much that Rebecca Haro does relate to Casey Anthony. It does remind you of that, doesn't it? I'm not sure. We did have some photos of her from Facebook, and I pulled up the grandmothers, but I haven't pulled up Rebecca, so maybe we can look into it. Lagatha's daughter, I love your name. Oh, I have an interesting case for you to look into. The Walmart girl in Nova Scotia who was cooked to death. Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah, she walked into a big oven and was cooked to death, unfortunately. I've heard about that. Shiner has entered the chat. That was a good one. Yeah. We are dealing, I agree with that 100%, Jay, that we are dealing with a spiritual battle against evil. And The other part of this is like, if you think about back in the day, this wasn't happening as much because I think social media directly correlates. Parents are putting their children on a tablet and not spending time with them, not being parents, not learning, how to do things and how to deal with it. They expect them to basically take care of themselves. And when they need to be fed or they're cranky or, et cetera, they are not coping with it like you're supposed to. They're not dealing with it properly. They get angry, upset, and lash out, and these children end up deceased. Lord have mercy. It's sad.
Really experienced death in my family other than like distant cousins or like never like me. I still to this day I've never really lost somebody that I really care about. And so I would imagine that if like I lost somebody that I really loved, I would be very distraught. You cry over a divorce. Why wouldn't you cry over your missing baby? Like, you cry over a stubbed toe. Why wouldn't you cry over your missing baby? And I'm just thinking, okay, maybe they were cried out, but they didn't look swollen. You know how when somebody's cried out, their eyes are like swollen because you've been crying.
Blotchy everywhere.
Especially, you're not going to stop crying. You're going to be crying all day long because you're so helpless. And so, and I know now because I felt that emotion through this little boy. Not, like you see me to the depth, and like I'm literally passing out over this kid. And so, like, I understand the wide range of emotions, and I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I really was. I not no more. There's no room for that anymore. People are still saying, "Oh, they still thinking we're trying to recover a missing kid." Like, come on, are you guys not? Like, are you not picking up what I'm putting down? You really think that we're looking for some kid here now, walking down the park with a shitty diaper? Like, no, we're in recovery process now.
I think he's deceased and we are in recovery process. Catherine said on True Crime with Strategic Eyes video, he says Rebecca retained a lawyer but will not release the name. I don't think she's retained a lawyer because I think if she had, they would have told her not to speak with the media, and we know that she's done that from her jail cell. You're local to that case. Well, if anyone remembers them getting a pizza, yeah, I'm the one who sent it. Okay.
And people don't want to hear that. They hang on to the hopes of this, and trust me, nobody wants this kid home more than me, bro. But he's gone.
Yeah,
he's gone.
Unfortunately.
And for those of you who don't think he's gone, and I don't know how more serious I could say it, it's just he's gone.
Yeah,
like we got a taste of that today in Banning, in Moreno Valley. And so we've been to the house, right? We've shown the stroller. We've gotten leads that cadaver dogs have been here. We got the video of her. There was nobody in that vehicle. There was nobody that got out and said hola. That's from a show on Netflix.
Really?
Yes. You didn't know?
Yeah, I did have video footage of that show that I'll pull up real quick. Now in the show they say hola. In my video, for some reason it says hello, but you can tell it's dubbed. This is what it's from. It's called
Hello.
Insatiable. She says
Hello.
hola and then attacks this woman in the parking
Hello.
lot.
Oh, no.
She says hola and
Hello.
then gets that lady with the taser.
Hello.
It's from a show called Insatiable that has not been out on Netflix very long. Let's see. Oh, I guess maybe it has. It's got 3 seasons, it appears. It says that Insatiable is a dark revenge comedy series. Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't muted. It's a dark revenge comedy series on Netflix that has been canceled after 2 seasons. The cancellation was confirmed by Netflix following a discussion about the show's future, with cast member Alyssa Milano also acknowledging the end of the series. The show, which faced controversy during its run, was created by Lauren Goosis and initially proposed to the CW before finding a home on Netflix. So it was from 2018 to 2019, and it's about a girl that was evidently overweight. She left and came back and was not big anymore. I don't know. It's interesting that that video clip where someone is attacked in the parking lot happens, and she's approached by someone who literally says hola and then attacks her, and she falls down in the parking lot. That's where Rebecca got this, if I'm telling you my speculation. I've got the other side of it up. Hold on, let's see. They're saying something over here.
Collaboration and dedication in the search for Travis Decker, who remains wanted for 3 counts of murder in first degree and 1 count of kidnapping in the first degree. It goes on to say this case has shaken the foundation of our country. The lives of Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia Decker were taken in a senseless and unimaginable act of violence. Our hearts remain with the loved ones and are unwavering in our commitment to seeking justice on their behalf. Beginning today, Monday, August 25th through Tuesday, the FBI Seattle office will be leading federal, state, and local agencies in conducting a coordinated search near Rock Island campground outside of Leavenworth. This targeted effort will again cover rugged and heavily forested terrains within U.S. Forest Service land. We are grateful to the USFS for their continued cooperation and support with this ongoing operation. The areas being searched are extremely challenging with steep hillsides, dense brush, minimal cell service, and unpredictable conditions. Over the past 3 months, the investigative teams led by your Sheriff's Office Investigative Unit have pursued every lead and searched vast remote areas in the hope of locating Travis Decker or any evidence that might bring us closer to answers. Continues to write, this has been a painstaking and difficult task, and I want to personally commend all involved for their dedication. As previously mentioned, the search effort is being coordinated by the FBI Seattle Field Office, who has brought nearly 100 personnel. That includes special agents, intelligence analysts, and task force officers, special units such as the Evidence Response Team, SWAT, electronics technicians, medical personnel, and a mobile command post, experts from the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group and Laboratory Division who bring national expertise in child abduction cases, crisis response, and forensic analysis. These resources demonstrate the seriousness with every agency is approaching this case. I also want to acknowledge the partner agencies. He goes on to list the U.S. Marshals Service, Port of Seattle Police, Yakima Police, Spokane County Sheriff, the Washington State Patrol, U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Army Criminal Intelligence Division, and Central Washington University, their anthropology department. This does continue for quite a while, but I'm just going to continue to read this through because, again, we are expecting that live update soon, but they have not reached out yet, or they have not stepped to the podium. So we'll continue on with the writing here, just released by the Chelan County Sheriff. He writes, I understand that this search requires the closure of roads, trails, and campgrounds during the height of our busy summer recreation season. I recognize the inconvenience this causes and sincerely thank the public for your continued patience and understanding.
All right, we'll go back over to on the Tira, and I'm going to continue to watch that for an update in the Travis Decker case. Oh, dang. Hold on. I just missed a good part. They said at this time they have no information to confirm that Travis Decker is either alive or deceased. And again, remember that we just recently found out that he had 2 bags over the heads of 2 girls, and then 3 bags over the head of one of the girls. They were zip tied, found deceased beginning of June at the campground in Wenatchee County, Washington. He is still at large, and nobody knows if he is alive or deceased. Back to on the Tira while we continue to wait for their live update.
No.
Yes, there's a show on. I thought it was called the Taco Movie, but it's not. It's called something like Sensational or there's a show on Netflix. Starts with an S. And there's a dude that comes out in a taco suit, and he has a taser. And I don't know if it's an episode or if it's like the whole show. I haven't watched it, but Sensible or something like that. And this guy comes out in a taco suit with a big old funky mustache, just a stereotypical taco, I guess. And he just like hola, and he dropped, and he's literally in a parking lot. And I'm like,
that was what I just showed you, the clip where it was dubbed to say hello, but it says hola.
This chick must have been watching Netflix right before she murdered the boy. Because why would you say hola? So it tells me that she's possibly trying to divert attention towards Mexican nationals.
Yeah.
Like, what she gonna think she's gonna start kicking down doors at the Home Depot looking for the supposed kidnapper that is. And for one, you don't see white when you get knocked out. I just got knocked out the other day right in front of Emmanuel's house. I passed out and I didn't see white. I didn't see nothing.
Yeah. Insatiable. Some people are writing insatiable.
That's it.
That's it. There you guys. You guys nailed. That's
GPS.
it.
Google that shit, as I like to say.
Wow. No, it's okay. We're good. Good.
So anyhow, and then it's just maybe she was a true crimer herself. Maybe she was a South Parker because all her they already. I was watching a South Park episode. Not that I even watched it, but it popped up on my FYP, and I was watching this episode of South Park, and I'm like, damn, they're fast because they already did it, and it was an episode from like a long time ago, and basically mimicking exactly her case, and I'm like, is this chick really like going into the Netflix metaverse to pull out like her whereabouts? Because she's like in 2 different shows already that I see that are just like exact project. And I don't even watch TV, so it's not like I'm projecting these images of TV because I don't watch nothing.
And I don't think, considering their what I like to say, cognitive inability. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility that she did see something on TV and said, oh, I'm going to mimic that. They won't ever figure me out. Because she's just ridiculous. Everything is ridiculous about this story. Everything.
I'm out there doing news all day long. And if
you are
on my phone, I ain't watching YouTube, bro. I ain't watching podcasters.
Who has time for that?
Is he?
I don't have time for that. I'm following leads. So anyhow, I go the second day immediately after I talked to the grandmother. They broke her down on my page. My story obviously went viral. The grandmother, they were like chopping her up, saying, "What? Who is it? Why didn't she showing no emotion?" And
Yep.
Like I said, I don't ever put my personal opinion in my cases because I don't think that's fair. As a reporter, I have to remain unbiased. I have to present the story the best way I can, remain as factual. And let the viewers conclude, make the viewers draw their own conclusion. That's when you ask me, what do you think? I said, it doesn't matter what I think.
Right.
What I think holds no weight here. I'm gonna tell you what I see. I'm gonna tell you what I know. I'm gonna tell you who I've talked to, and whether I'm right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's for you to put the pieces together, and then you make your own conclusion. Isn't that what?
Yeah, and that's what we're supposed to do, right? Heather said Jake's brother passed away a couple of years ago at Jake's home. Death surrounds both of them, and that's weird. Right. The brother, here we go. Being found to see the brother of hers that committed the homicide of his girlfriend.
For questions,
too much.
Please state your name and outlet before your question. Our speakers today are
Travis
Peter
Decker.
Orth, and he's the Senior Supervisory Special Resident Agent for our Yakima and Tri-Cities resident agencies for FBI Seattle. We also have Sheriff Mike Morrison here today to speak with you. And so now I'll invite our speakers up to the podium to say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Orth. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent for the FBI offices in Yakima and Tri-Cities. Thank you for joining us. The media is very important and plays a very important role in the ability of law enforcement to push information out to our communities. So thank you for helping us spread the word. At this time, the FBI is conducting a grid search operation today and tomorrow near the Rock Island campground. But I want to be clear that currently we have no evidence that Travis Decker is alive or dead. But we are conducting a grid search operation over the next 2 days. It's currently taking place right now. We hope to find evidence that will lead us to Travis Decker or any information regarding the murder of his 3 daughters. By thoroughly searching and documenting the area, we can help prevent the need to review the area in the future by collecting all possible evidence. Today, there are nearly 100 FBI and partner agencies personnel on the ground to participate in this search operation. We have specialty teams from the federal government and local partner agencies all deployed here today and tomorrow for this operation. For almost 3 months, the investigators, led by the Chelan County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, have carefully followed hundreds of tips regarding the search for Travis Decker in this investigation. It's taken us over rough terrain, difficult areas, multiple states, remote locations that are inaccessible. The residents and visitors of Chelan County know very well that these areas are covered with vast dirt roads that stretch for miles, no cell phone service, and many other challenges. That effort gets more difficult as time goes on. The elements bury, they carry away, erode the very items that we're looking to seek and capture for the investigation. Our search teams today are out in 90+ degree weather.
You're
trying
fine,
to
Jay.
gather all this evidence. FBI Seattle wants to assure the communities in Leavenworth and Wenatchee, as well as Chelan County and Washington State, that this case is a priority for the FBI. That is why we're here today. This is a beautiful area in which a heinous crime occurred. We are here to seek justice for Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia. We are here to find answers for their family, friends, and the community. And we are here to hopefully provide some measure of closure to their loved ones in this senseless tragedy. We want to thank all the hikers, campers, and the community for their patience as we had to close down a very popular area for recreation. I would ask people that were inconvenienced by this to consider themselves indirect contributors to the search operation. To the community, if you find any information that you think is helpful to this investigation, we're directing you to the U.S. Marshals tip line. Please report any information you feel is appropriate for the investigators to the U.S. Marshals. And Sheriff Morrison has some comments.
All right, ladies, calm down.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here again. I just want to publicly recognize Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia again. We have not forgotten about them. We still send our thoughts and prayers up to them. We're thinking of their family during this time. But more importantly, I just want to say thanks to the Seattle office of the FBI and all the partnering offices that have also come out to support this current operation. We've made it very clear over the last 3 months that we have not given up. We've continued to track down leads. Our investigative unit continues to follow up on evidence that's coming back from Washington State Patrol. We thank Chief Batiste and his agency for, again, being a valuable partner. You see them out there again today. I'd also like to thank the U.S. Marshals Service for also being out with us during our search. I'd also like to thank the Yakima County Sheriff's Office, the Yakima Police Department, the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, and our agency for being out there, along with the U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Division, and Central Washington University's Anthropology Department. Again, we recognize Chelan County Sheriff's Office as a medium-sized agency. We couldn't do this investigation on our own without our partners coming alongside of us, providing us the resources we need in order to give the kind of investigation that these 3 young girls deserve, their family deserves, and more likely that our community also deserves. We want to bring closure. We want to bring answers. We understand the frustration. We're feeling it as well. It's been 3 months. We would love to have Travis Decker in custody, standing in front of a judge. We recognize that at times these kind of investigations take time. It's going to take perseverance. And as we saw with our partners in Okanagan County Sheriff's Office, after 3 years, they were able to track down their homicide suspect, unfortunately deceased in a homeless camp in Spokane. We recognize that those are the kind of outcomes that do come over time. So it's going to take patience, understanding from our community. Again, we appreciate Whitney, her family, the girls' families and friends for being patient and understanding with the Sheriff's Office, for being understanding that our partners are doing anything and everything possible to do a thorough investigation, following up on all leads, and not limiting any kind of resources that are available. I appreciate the funding that's come in to allow this kind of operation to take place today. You've seen this over the last several months with our partnering and neighboring agencies, not only nationally within the state, but also internationally that have followed up on leads on our behalf. Again, the Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Chelan County are appreciative. We'll continue to be appreciative. But again, we will not relent. We will not give up until this investigation is concluded and that Travis is accounted for and or taken into custody. Again, I appreciate your time. Thank you for being here, showing support for us, and we'll take any questions you may have.
Could you be specific about why this is such a targeted location? It seems to be site-specific. What has led investigators here?
Absolutely. So this is the primary area where the initial crime took place. We've had our agents, our investigators, along with the U.S. Marshals Service and our volunteer search and rescue team that did a thorough grid search around the initial campsite. We had our investigators embedded in with that process. The FBI is now following up behind to expand that out. Based off the information that we've received back from behavioral analysis on a possible outcome of how this may have gone or where Travis may have gone, we wanted to expand our efforts out And further, we want to support and provide a solid foundation for our investigation and what areas we have searched for future investigators when they come on scene, if we haven't settled this or found Travis in the next couple of years. But it's going to take us some time, and we're going to continue to do a thorough search and continue to expand out anything. I believe we did a thorough search initially, but again, when we come back with new technology, more resources, more personnel, that allows us to better document what we have covered for future investigations.
And Sheriff Morrison, Brady Wakayama with King 5 News. How did you folks decide on the time, on how long you plan on being out here? Just 2 days rather than a week, or less time or more time? Why is it?
All right, we're going to go
based off the resources we had. And again, I'll let the FBI follow up further, as they're the ones leading this investigation and the follow-up operation. It seemed appropriate with the amount of ground we were trying to cover. And again, we're mapping it out. If we need to expand further, I understand that they can take more time to expand out. But again, we've agreed on those 2 days. We'll reassess once that time frame comes to an end.
And how much ground are we trying to cover over the next 2 days?
As I understand it, we're going about a quarter-mile radius around the campsite. If we need to expand out further, we will. Based off investigations and follow-up we've done with the U.S. Marshal's Office, looking into similar cases, we found that historically and typically, you found the homicide suspect and those responsible within a quarter-mile of the scene, either alive and or deceased.
Is there any new evidence that you've uncovered that you can share with us that led you to this location?
No, again, it's just due diligence, making sure that we're checking our boxes and doing everything we can to best map it out in the future in case there comes a time where I'm not in office or our investigators aren't in office. It's well documented. There's a well-established history. Anyone can pick up where we left off. We saw this with the Green River Killer case that started in the early 80s, expanded out in the early 2000s. I can tell you that a lot of the investigators that were assigned to that case have long since retired. Once he was taken into custody, again, we want to lay that kind of foundation in case our investigation goes that long. But we remain committed. We're going to make sure that we do a thorough job.
Sheriff,
are you guys still using the air resources as well, or is this all a foot search today?
all right, so we got, we know pretty much what's going on there with the search for Travis Decker. I do hope that they find him soon. I am going to have to go. I did search to see if the homicide weapon was found in the Emmanuel Haro case. This is what I pulled up on Google. Emmanuel Haro's father, Jake Haro, who along with wife Rebecca Haro was arrested on a homicide charge, was seen with deputies searching for the 7-month-old body. 7-month-old's body. This video file cannot be played. Police are pressing forward in their search for Emmanuel Haro days after. I have this update from 3 hours ago, which I will read. I did take it to Facebook. I searched there. They think that they said, was he killed inside the home? I saw that on one YouTube channel. I feel like if it was true, it would have been on more channels. So I don't, it could be a clickbait. I did also go over here to X and search. I'm not seeing anything.
They were going through the shed. So they came in with like a Ram, one of those big trucks. I'm not sure what them SWAT trucks are called. And they busted down the fence, pulled in, drugged him out the house. You can see where the fence is down. You can see where it's all broke. And this is the shed that they were going through today. They did a lot in that shed and this little outbuilding right here. SWAT does not play, right? That's what left of their fence when that Ram big armored personal vehicle came through.
That's interesting. So that's where the fence come through. I mean, the truck come through, the big old, that truck, when they busted down the door to arrest them. We've got more photos of where they broke into the house. You can watch this real quick.
Then why would you think that's okay? Why would you think that's physically okay?
Talking about where they broke in. Hey, Nisa.
Am I pointing at you? No. You did a minute ago. Yeah, whoever I'm going like this. But you whatever could make a big mistake for me. So you should think about it. You guys are acting like this is a fucking circus. I've been standing there the whole time. I told them I did walk right there, but that's not their property. But I did not go in their yard.
A bone, but we don't know what that bone was. Like an arm bone, a neck bone, a leg bone. It was a bone, just a rib bone. It was in the back. Okay, so in the backyard, I don't know. There's no fence blocking.
What?
So there is a fence blocking where that door is open, and that's where I saw those two white girls go in. And they told straight out. They told all of us they were going inside that house and video it. So I know it was them, but they went in that little house. Well, and that's I wouldn't want to go in the house.
I hadn't heard all this.
Like, there's no way I would go inside. That's just creepy to me.
Right.
Ridiculous that people are going inside the fucking house. Yes, I seen you.
I didn't go in the house.
You went into the property.
I didn't go in the house.
But
The
you
house
were
is
inside
back
there.
We were right here because the guy kept trying to offer people tours.
The one that you guys can't find.
Why would you think that's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You think that's physically okay? Mentally
I don't
okay?
really.
This
You
is
need
the
to watch
place.
what you say because I didn't go in their house, and you're telling people I went in their house.
Am I pointing at you? No.
You did a minute ago.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you
Whoever I'm going like
yeah,
this.
but your
okay?
whatever could make a big mistake for me. So you should think about it.
Down the street.
She said, I'm having none of your
You
shit.
making this ruckus out here is a disgrace.
You guys are acting like this is a fucking circus.
I guess this is a different camera angle.
Eye News, who has been boots on the ground out front of the Haro home for days, posted this video that you just saw along with some context to what happened here. He says, breaking news, sheriffs return to Haro home after break-in. Person selling tours inside the home. In a bizarre twist to the Haro family case, deputies were called back to the home of Jake and Rebecca Haro after reports of a break-in. What happened? Authorities say someone forced entry through the back door of the Haro residence, the same property tied to the disappearance and murder of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro. Shockingly, the intruder allegedly began selling tours inside the home, treating the crime scene as an attraction, while Jake and Rebecca remain in jail on murder charges. He posts the video evidence. It came from two TikTokers, Miss QA72 and Rock 2 Solid. Law enforcement response. Riverside County Sheriff's deputies quickly re-secured the property. Detectives are investigating who was responsible for allegedly entering and offering tours. Officials stress that tampering with or entering an active crime scene is a serious criminal offense. Why it matters?
I don't know.
The Haro home remains a critical piece of evidence in the ongoing homicide case. Any unauthorized entry or disturbance not only threatens the investigation, but also deeply disrespects the community. Anyone with information about the break-in or individuals selling tours of the Haro home is urged to contact the Riverside County Sheriff's Office.
All right, so that was that video. I'm not seeing anything for a homicide weapon. Now, I did want to read to you guys this article that popped up from 3 hours ago before I ended it for the day. And this reads, latest in disappearance of Emmanuel Haro. Jake Haro joined police at search location.
Area. This is right off the 10 freeway, scattered around this area. This is right off the 10 freeway near the Morongo Casino. It's actually on the other side of it. Skyfox pretty much over the top of the casino right now. But we did see a lot of these deputies in this area driving around in that dirt and basically just kind of blocking off things or possibly looking at other locations. There's
So this is new. This is a new area off the 10 freeway because I think the other one was off the 60 freeway. So this is new information. This is a new place that they're searching off the 10 freeway, which if I'm not mistaken, the 10 freeway was right on the other side of the fence from their property.
One of those deputies there, I was kind of just looking for him, and I know there was another one closer to the freeway. Now, what brought them here, the evidence that they're finding, what they're collecting, that is unclear. We do know the parents of baby Emmanuel have been taken into custody. Right now, that child's still not located.
That's their
Deputies
house
still
right
searching,
there.
but you can see what
I
they're
do
doing
believe.
right now. This home definitely seems to be a point of interest, and that detective definitely finding things in that trash, pulling them out, but what they are, I cannot say. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, so tragic there. All right, Stu, thank you. We'll stay on top of that for sure.
The journey
I
to a
don't
new car
know.
can be
I don't know if that was old or not, but this says from 3 hours ago. It's updated today at 1:44 p.m. It says officials in California are continuing the search for 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro days after charging his parents with homicide in his disappearance. San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies arrested Jake and Rebecca Haro on August 22nd at their home in Cabazon, California, located about 25 miles northwest of Palm Springs. They have both been charged with homicide and are set to appear in court on August 26th. Hold on just a minute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that. I just checked back to see if I was muted. Jesus, Lord, in the morning. Ugh. Yo, I got to end it after this. I got to end it after that. I can't believe I still have that many people in here after being muted. I am so very terribly sorry. Lord have mercy. Like, you would think I just started streaming today. Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus. Let me try this again. Lord Jesus. Okay. So this was from Updated today at 1:44 p.m. It is titled Latest. Let me make sure I'm not muted again. Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus. After this, I've got to go because this is late. Latest in disappearance of Emmanuel Haro. Jake Haro joined at police search location. Officials in California are continuing to search for 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro days after charging his parents with homicide in his disappearance. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Departments arrested Jake and Rebecca Haro on August 22nd at their home in Cabazon, California, located about 20 miles northwest of Palm Springs. They have both been charged with homicide and are set to appear in court on August 26th, which is tomorrow. Rebecca Haro, the baby's mother, initially told authorities the infant had been kidnapped on August 14th outside of a store in nearby Yucaipa. Investigators determined the kidnapping never occurred. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, further known as SBCSD, said in a release. As the search for Emmanuel continues, here is what we know so far about the boy's parents and why they are being accused of homicide. Police arrested Jake Haro, 32, and Rebecca Haro, 41, on one count each of homicide on August 22nd. They were booked into Riverside County Jail without bail, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said. Quote, no other arrests have been made and no suspects remain outstanding, unquote, the department said on X. One of Jake and Rebecca Haro's other children was removed from the family's home by Riverside County Children's Services, Rodriguez confirmed to USA Today on August 25th. The Department of Public Social Services said in a statement to USA Today that it cannot comment on specific children or family cases due to state confidentiality laws. USA Today has been unable to reach Rebecca and Jake Haro for comment prior to their arrest, and it's not clear whether they have retained legal counsel. Jake Haro has previous child cruelty conviction. According to a state court records obtained by USA Today, Jake Haro was convicted in June of 2023 of willful child cruelty for an incident involving another child in the nearby town of Hammett. The charges stem from an incident during which Haro told police that he had been giving a baby girl a bath in the kitchen sink and accidentally dropped her. Before his August 22nd arrest, Jake Haro was due to appear in court on September 2nd for arraignment on allegations he violated his terms of probation, according to the documents. USA Today contacted Vincent Hughes, who is representing Jake Haro in the 2023 child cruelty case, on August 23rd, but has not received a response. Has Emmanuel Haro been found? As of August 25th, Emmanuel Haro has not been found. Investigators believe he is deceased, and a kidnapping never occurred, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said on August 22nd. Prior to Emmanuel's parents' arrest, police said they, quote, conducted extensive searches, unquote, using canines in Yucaipa and Cabazon. They also seized a car belonging to Jake Haro for evidence processing. Mara Rodriguez, Public Information Officer for San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, confirmed to USA Today on August 20th. On August 24th, Jake Haro joined investigators at a search off a freeway in Moreno Valley, the department said in a post on X. Despite using cadaver dogs, the infant was not found, and police said they are continuing their search. How can parents be accused of homicide without finding Emmanuel's body? I know some of you had asked that earlier. A so-called, quote, no-body homicide, unquote, is uncommon but not impossible. Ambroso Rodriguez, a criminal defense attorney and former Riverside County Deputy District Attorney, told USA Today, quote, honestly, it happens more often in places where there's large swaths of land like San Bernardino or Riverside County, where it's just easier to bury a body, unquote, Rodriguez said. In this case, Emmanuel Haro has still not been found. Rodriguez said it's likely that detectives relied on parents' inconsistent statements rather than physical evidence in order to carry out the arrest. quote, the importance of physical evidence is something that happens on TV and movies, not in real life. The majority of cases are based on words, not on DNA or anything of that nature, unquote, Rodriguez said. That's really interesting. Timeline of Emmanuel Haro's disappearance. So here's what's happened in the case of the missing child so far. August 14th, Rebecca Haro reported that her son Emmanuel had been kidnapped outside of a store in Yucaipa shortly before 8 p.m. She said she was standing outside her car while changing his diaper when she was knocked unconscious by an unknown person who took the boy, according to a release from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. August 15th, Rebecca Haro, with visible black eye, said in interviews with KCAL and KTLA that the family was in the area for a football practice. She said she went to the store to buy a mouth guard. August 16th, investigators announced that they interviewed both Rebecca and Jake Haro. After confronting the mother about, quote, inconsistencies, unquote, in her statement, she declined further cooperation, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said in a release. August 22nd, San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies arrest Rebecca and Jake Haro and charge them with homicide. August 26th, Rebecca and Jake Haro are expected to have their first court appearances. And that's all for that article. So that's the most up-to-date. Hey, smart ass patriot. That's the most up-to-date information I have on the case. Now, we've been going for 4 hours. I cannot express to you how grateful I am that you guys came here today, that you hung out with me today. I saw at one point we had over 1,000 people in chat, which I just could not believe. How amazing. Thank you all so much for being part of our speculating family. And I hope that you guys find it welcoming here. I very much like to hear everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations here. And we are very respectful to everybody. Again, thank you all so very much for spending time with me this Monday. I was actually not having the best day until I came live and hung out with you guys and talked about this case some. And while I do remain very upset and not very optimistic about finding Emmanuel alive, my day has improved, as I hope yours has as well. Being able to take a moment to reflect on the happenings and discuss our thoughts, opinions, and speculations. I do hope you will return tomorrow, as I will be back at 1:30 Eastern Standard to discuss this case and more. I might be back earlier, actually, depending on when their court appearance is. I will try to stream it live, and we might just go ahead and go live at that time. So make sure your notification bell is on. So if I am able to find a live stream of it and I pop up a live, you'll be notified and we'll be able to hang out together and discuss the case again. Thank you again for being here. Thank you all for your support, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening. If nobody's told you, you are enough. You are important. You are special, and you are very loved. And I hope y'all have a good evening, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.